Good.
Good morning. I'm Sylvester Johnson, and I'm the Associate Vice Provost for Public Interest Technology at Virginia Tech. I also serve as Executive Director of our Tech for Humanity initiative. I'm delighted and so excited to welcome all of you to this inaugural Tech for Humanity Summit that Virginia Tech is co-hosting and collaborating with New America. New America, led by Anne-Marie Slaughter, has agreed to co-host this year's event with us to help elevate this intersection of interest in the human side of technology and its significance for our society. I want to give special recognition and thanks to the Henry Luce Foundation. The Luce Foundation has provided generous support through a grant to Virginia Tech Center for Humanities to host this event as part of a project. It's a multi-year project entitled Future Humans, Human Futures, and it's examining the ethical challenges of technology by convening scholars who are researching theology and religion and having them to meet in conversation with other professionals whose work is at the intersection of technology and public interest and social justice. And I want to especially thank Jonathan Antwerpen, who literally just flew in, landed here, but who has been very generous in spending time with us today. Thank you, Jonathan. He leads the Religion and Theology programming at the Henry Luce Foundation. This summit is the first of what we envision to be an annual event, so your presence with us today means you're part of an historic moment. And I want to recognize several individuals who, in particular, whose work and commitment have helped to make this entire week possible, and particularly these events today. Andreen Soley, whom you will hear from later today, is the Director of Public Interest Technology University Network at New America. Thank you, Andreen, and thank you, Kip Dooley of New America, who's worked diligently to manage the work of crafting this event. Alberto Rodriguez and Sheetal Deer of New America have helped to invite these participants and shape a successful outcome as well for this event. Taisha Thompson is the Assistant Director for the Center for Humanities at Virginia Tech, and she's helped to coordinate your travel and lodging, those of you who are here in person with us. Samaya Hack is the Program Assistant at the Virginia Tech Center for Humanities, and Rebecca Mui, who's our Grad Assistant at the Center. Thank you for your work as well. And Dominique Francesca is our Business Manager, which some of you have heard from or will hear from when you submit receipts, and we move the money around. But Dominique has supported all of what's happening here as well. A really deep special thanks to Joe Fort and Mandy Lamb and Janiyah Moore and Caleb Purdue, who are the digital media team. They have made possible the communication of the things that are happening with humanities at Virginia Tech through the digital media creation, and they're also making possible the live streaming of this event and its curation. Don Jeffries is the Senior Producer and Lead for Strategic Initiatives, Communications, and Marketing at Virginia Tech. Thank you, Don, for your help in guiding all that's happening here as well with our media. And Tracy Vosberg is our Vice President for Communications and Marketing at Virginia Tech, who lent great support to coordinating the efforts to make this possible. Jenny Boone is also here, who leads communications in the College of Liberal Arts and Human Sciences. Thank you, Jenny, as well, for helping us to communicate the importance of what's happening here. There are so many people who have helped make this possible. We have so many individuals and institutions to thank, and if I left out a name, please forgive me. I will, because I want to recognize the fact that none of this happens without a lot of participation and generosity and coordination. Finally, I want to give special recognition and thanks to a dear friend and an inspiring colleague, Rishi Jaitley, Distinguished Humanities Fellow at the Virginia Tech Center for Humanities and Professor of Practice at Virginia Tech. Rishi and I met on the board of the State Council for Humanities in Virginia. Rishi's led some of the most important work that's happening in technology globally through his leadership as a former senior executive at major technology companies, through creating also transformative not-for-profit enterprises that advance civic participation and social justice, and by helping companies and nonprofit enterprises to expand their ability to deliver value and execute their mission globally. 1 year ago, in 2022, Rishi Jaitly left his role as a founding CEO of Times Bridge, a venture capital firm, to become a Hokie and to join Virginia Tech. His reason, he wanted to help elevate humanities and to serve Virginia, to serve our nation, and to serve our global society through working at Virginia Tech, at an academic institution, and to generate a positive impact on our world. Rishi, you have enabled so many possibilities for what's happening at Virginia Tech. You've done it selflessly with an incredible amount of generosity and creativity, and you're enabling really important possibilities and helping us to connect to important stakeholders. I just want to express my deep thanks to you because that's an incredibly important way of modeling service and commitment, and it's been especially enabling for what we're doing here. I want to thank all of you. Things are very busy and everyone has lots of different commitments, and you've taken time to be with us here today in order to have some very important conversations about issues that are of utmost importance, of utmost consequence for our society. Anyone who turns on the news at any time, any day of the week now, read the paper, there's something about the human side of technology that is at the center of debate and concern, and that is demonstrating the need for us to do the kind of thing that we're trying to do today, and that is bring together people in order to examine these important issues. And if you're just coming, please, you're welcome to come in. There are open seats, and we want you to join us. So thank you again for being here. The purpose of this Tech for Humanity Summit, which is part of this week-long Future Humans, Human Futures gathering, is to elevate the visibility of the comprehensive human-centered work that Virginia Tech's Tech for Humanity initiative is advancing. And in collaboration this year with New America, which is based here in DC, we are advancing the urgency for technology to benefit public interest through social justice, through being inclusive, through fostering more diverse participation among stakeholders, and to emphasize the accountability to things such as human rights and human interests, not just of some communities, but of all communities. So today we are bringing together people who are national and global leaders in social justice and democratic governance. You'll be hearing from them on the panels and speaking. Those who are experts in technology and ethics and policy and innovation, connecting national and global interests and concerns. We'll be spotlighting some of the exemplary challenges, but also exemplary solutions and possibilities for emerging technology, for innovation, and for public good. And we want to also leverage the important challenges for nurturing human-centered leadership to shape the ethical future of technology governance. Of special importance is the fact that this year we are starting what we hope to make an annual tradition of awarding a Tech for Humanity prize to recognize transformational leadership in the domain of public interest technology. So this 2023 prize will be awarded to Jennifer Polka, and you can see on your agenda that's something we'll be doing this afternoon. So that will be important as well. So now we turn to our keynote speaker. And those of you who are joining us remotely, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. And I want to begin by introducing Shannon Raj Singh. Shannon Raj Singh is an attorney specializing in international criminal law, atrocity prevention, and the intersection of technology and human rights. Until November 2022, she was the Human Rights Counsel at Twitter, where she advised on urgent risks related to the platform's use in crisis settings such as Ethiopia, Afghanistan, and Ukraine. And she was particularly focused on opportunities to better protect those who face unique risks as a result of misinformation or disinformation, such as journalists, aid workers, and human rights activists. Today, Shannon is a special advisor on social media and conflict to the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue. This is a Geneva-based organization that supports peace negotiations around the world. In addition, Shannon is the Davis Genocide Prevention Fellow at the Simon Coates Center for the Prevention of Genocide, exploring how social media can support efforts to avert mass violence. And she also co-chairs the War Crimes Committee of the International Bar Association. Previously, Shannon was based in The Hague, working at the Special Tribunal for Lebanon, and she's also worked for the Oxford Program on International Peace and Security. And early in her career, with the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda and South Africa's Institute for Justice and Reconciliation. She's a graduate of UCLA and University of Southern California Gold School of Law. Throughout this week, we've convened a diverse range of experts in order to bring together an examination of how these issues intersect. Shannon uniquely embodies a way of engaging with and exemplifying what is at stake in this intersection. And I'll just say this, I just sent her a message some months ago, out of the blue, not knowing if she would respond, when I recognized just the significance of the work. And she was, some people, they see something from someone they've never heard of and it just goes into their trash file. But she was generous enough to actually respond. And I asked her if she would be willing to come and share with us some of the insights that she's gained from the important work that she's doing. Shannon, you are an extraordinary person. It is for us an extraordinary honor and privilege to have you join us as our keynote speaker for this inaugural Tech for Humanity Summit. You have a sterling vision for bridging technology and human rights, your devotion to seeking justice for the most vulnerable in our world, and your creative ability to inspire hope through positive engagement, through positive change, place you among the vanguard of those who are helping to ensure technology works to support public interest and shape a human future. So it is with tremendous gratitude that we now turn to you to hear what you have to share with us. Thank you very much. And please join me in welcoming Shannon Roxanne.
Well, thank you so much, Sylvester. And thank you again to the Henry Luce Foundation and the New America Foundation. And of course to everyone at Virginia Tech for hosting us and bringing us together today. It is such an honor to be with you alongside brilliant people like Jen and Rishi and really everyone on this absolutely stellar lineup. And to have the chance to offer a few remarks on the significance of a humanity-centered approach to technology and why the Tech for Humanity framing resonated so strongly with me as I think about the future. So first, a little bit about why I'm up here standing before you. As Sylvester mentioned, I'm the former Human Rights Counsel at Twitter. I was the second ever hire to the Human Rights team there, and I was part of a small team that sat within the company's legal department. Our core mandate was to help implement the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, and it was our job to help identify and flag risks to human rights that could be associated with the platform's policies and products and operations. And one of the things that I really liked best was that our mandate was not limited to flagging risks to the human rights of our users. We were focused on risks to the human rights of anyone, anywhere, who could be impacted by the platform, whether or not they had ever created a Twitter account, whether or not they had even ever logged online. Because of course, if a tweet incites violence against a religious minority, for example, it really doesn't matter if that minority is active on Twitter or not. They could be adversely impacted, irreparably, by the platform, and it was our job to consider their rights. So some of you will be aware of the dramatic changes at the company this past fall under new leadership. One of the first things they did was terminate about 75% of the company, including the human rights team in its entirety. So I'd like to say I could have never foreseen the human rights team at a social media company being laid off, but I'd actually go back quite a bit further and say I could also have never foreseen myself joining a social media company in the first place. As Sylvester mentioned, I'm an international criminal lawyer by training and background. I've worked in The Hague at the international tribunals there, very briefly in East Africa on the Rwanda genocide trials when I was a brand new attorney just out of law school. For anyone who doesn't know, The Hague is a gorgeous city in the Netherlands that is the home to the International Criminal Court, but it's also home to a number of other international tribunals aimed at prosecuting war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. So my world in The Hague was really about looking at precedent from the Rwanda genocide, from the atrocities in the former Yugoslavia, to the legacy of the special courts in Sierra Leone and Cambodia, and so many others. And so for most of my career, I wasn't focused at all on technology. I was focused on atrocity crimes. I was focused on the prevention of and response to mass violence, and how to best pursue accountability for its commission. But technology was creeping into my world and my consciousness there every day. Immediately before joining Twitter, I was working at the Special Tribunal for Lebanon, which was a court established to prosecute the perpetrators of the horrific attack that assassinated the former Lebanese prime minister. It was the first ever international tribunal to define and prosecute the crime of terrorism. So the attack that was at the core of that trial was an explosion, a car bombing in Beirut in 2005 that killed 22 people, including the former Lebanese prime minister, and it injured 226 others. And in addition to affecting hundreds of Lebanese victims directly, its consequences really reverberated throughout society. As we know too well, the real impact of a terrorist attack goes far beyond those directly killed or injured. It's really about the psychological impact for a community, for a society, the terror, which is difficult to measure and which is one of the main reasons that these types of attacks are so traumatic on a societal level. So this case was meaningful for a number of reasons, but there's another first that will be perhaps more relevant to everyone here today and to the focus of this summit. The entire case was developed using cell phone records. Prosecutors were able to obtain call data records for the defendants in question, who were 5 men linked to Hezbollah, and they argued that the patterns in the defendants' cell phone data could be used to track their movements through space and time in a way that would demonstrate their criminal activity. To be clear, the prosecutors at the Lebanon Tribunal didn't intercept a single conversation, didn't seek to introduce a single phone conversation into evidence. What they looked at was metadata. They looked at charts like the one up here at the top of this slide. Our phones, of course, are constantly being triangulated by the most proximate cell phone towers, sending metadata back and forth about the location of our devices all day long as we make calls, as text messages light up our phones, and as we move about our days. So even without that call content, think about what could be learned or demonstrated about your life just by the metadata on your phone. If your phone is briefly located in the same place Monday through Friday at 8 o'clock every morning, for example, and then goes back to that location at about 3 o'clock every day, it might be safe to assume that you're going to and from a school and that you have a child that attends that school. If your phone goes to another location in the evening and doesn't move from the hours of about 8 p.m. to 7 a.m., it might be pretty safe to assume that that's your home address. And over time, you could probably build out a fairly comprehensive map of your routines, the stores you frequent, the friends you visit, and really know an enormous amount about your day-to-day life. And then, of course, when activity happens outside of your usual patterns and routines, when you suddenly start switching off your phone, going to locations far out of the way, taking a roundabout route, or going out under the cover of darkness in the middle of the night, all of this is going to stand out, and it's going to be recorded in some way by the technology that you use. This was the type of case that the prosecutors sought to establish about the men on trial for the assassination of the former Lebanese prime minister. And it was incredible and enlightening and a little bit terrifying to really get a sense of the digital footprints that we're all leaving as we engage with technology, consciously or unconsciously. But there are, of course, a number of concerns with using this type of information as evidence and its reliability, because our phones, our technology, are not us. Despite our collective addiction to technology, we are not our tech, and each of us makes our own decisions about our use of technology a little bit differently. So I never thought that I would end up at a tech company, nor did I really ever consider going in-house at any company. It just didn't really seem aligned with my interests. But the deeper that I got while I was in The Hague into focusing on patterns surrounding the commission of mass violence, the more and more social media and technology more broadly seemed to be an essential part of the equation. I began writing and speaking about Facebook's role in the genocide in Myanmar and the targeting of the Rohingya. I began looking at the analogies between social media and the hate radio used in Rwanda in 1994. And when an opportunity arose to join a brand new human rights team at Twitter, which seemed at the time, in my view, to be taking a more responsible approach to content moderation, I decided after a great deal of reflection to take it. And I was deeply skeptical. I still remember when the vacancy came up and a friend recommended that I apply. My husband encouraged me to as well. And I said, you know what, the last thing that I want to do is teach human rights or try to make a case for human rights to a bunch of tech bros. I didn't see a place for myself in the tech sector, and I wonder how many of the diverse people in this room once felt the same. The people who have historically designed and governed the use of technology have typically been white men from a very specific part of the world. And I'm thrilled to see how this is changing, and I think this summit is really a testament to that movement. But I was wrong about who I would be working with at Twitter. It became very clear to me from the moment that I interviewed that this was not just a bunch of tech bros. Cynthia Wong, the brilliant woman who was the founding director of our team, had a long history at Human Rights Watch. Another woman who interviewed me had been an advisor to a UN mission in Somalia. Someone else was a freedom of expression specialist from Harvard. And others had worked in the UK government or with civil society organizations in Ethiopia and Myanmar. So I was really impressed by this range of expertise and life experiences. And as I came to appreciate down the line, that experience would be essential in our work. And one of the people I respect most in my life gave me the advice to measure the value of an opportunity by its potential impact. And I'm so, so glad that I received that advice because the work at Twitter was absolutely fascinating. However applicable I thought international law and atrocity prevention might be to the social media space, it was leaps and bounds more relevant, more important, more urgent than I could have imagined. And the range of challenges and issues that arose and tested some of the outer bounds of international human rights law kept me on my toes pretty much every day. And I'm happy to share as much as I can about some of those challenges today. But one of the absolute best parts of being Human Rights Counsel at Twitter was the visibility that it gave me into the ways that the platform was being used by groups around the world, both for good, to support democratic values and journalists and human rights advocacy campaigns, and in ways that posed grave danger and risk to fundamental human rights. I was recently reminded by someone I respect of Michael Kranzig's Laws of Technology, which states that tech is neither good nor bad, but neither is it neutral. Tech, at its heart, is as good or bad as its purpose. And that makes the humans involved with technology, those that develop it, govern it, and its end users, critically important. We are what brings the humanity to technology. So many of us have heard for a long time the term dual use to refer to technology. Technically, dual use refers to tech that can be used for civilian or military purposes. But I think now in day-to-day discourse, it often just refers to technology that can be used for good or to do harm. And the concept of the dual-use dilemma certainly predates the onset of social media. Some of you might recall the name of a German chemist named Fritz Haber. In 1913, he developed a new method for taking nitrogen and hydrogen and producing ammonia. In effect, this allowed the nitrogen gas in our atmosphere to be converted into ammonia, a critical compound that could be used in fertilizer. At the time, they called it making bread out of air. And it was an incredible breakthrough, especially once his brother-in-law, Karl Bosch, helped him to scale it up through what became known as the Haber-Bosch process. Together, they enabled fertilizer to be produced in large quantities, and this completely revolutionized global agriculture. At a time in human history when there was enormous concern that the world wouldn't be able to produce enough food for a growing global population. And in 1918, Fritz Haber was awarded the Nobel Prize for his achievement. Today, the Haber-Bosch process produces some 100 million tons of nitrogen fertilizer every year and is responsible for sustaining the food base of about half the world's population. But today, Fritz Haber is not primarily known as the chemist who helped feed the world. He is known as the father of chemical warfare. Because at almost exactly the same time that the Haber-Bosch process was enabling the mass production of fertilizer, the German army was calling upon Haber to use his skills for a very different purpose, to support the war effort. The ammonia that could be generated through the Haber-Bosch process could also be used to manufacture explosives against the Allies. And since a naval blockade at the time had prevented Germany from receiving nitrogen through its usual sources, it was the Haber-Bosch process that allowed the German war effort to continue on. In the decades ahead, ammonium nitrate would also be used in the IRA bombings in London, the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995, and in many of the homemade bombs used against American troops in Afghanistan. As for Fritz Haber, he went on to use his skills to help conceptualize lethal gas attacks on the Allies in Belgium. And at sunrise on April 22, 1915, a yellow cloud was released toward an array of trenches in which 10,000 French and Algerian soldiers were positioned. More than half died by asphyxiation. And Haber's brilliant, remarkable innovations in chemistry, used to feed the world to this day, were perverted for mass murder. The dichotomies in the uses of science and technology for good and for harm are as evident today as they were then. You hear it every day in discussions about AI, which has both the potential to revolutionize cancer detection, help paralyzed people walk, but may also pose existential threats to humanity. And in the social media sphere, these dichotomies are more important and apparent than ever. Because it can be difficult when we are constantly faced with headlines about the abuse of social media to keep at the forefront of our minds the positive applications of the technology, the tech for humanity. I feel a little bit like I have lived the dual-use dilemma. Because while I was human rights counsel at Twitter, almost every day we would see gross perversions of the technology by actors bent on oppression, surveillance, discrimination, incitement to violence. And in parallel, right alongside those perversions, would be life-saving, innovative, creative, inspiring uses of the platform to share information, raise awareness, and speak truth to power. And it was sometimes hard to remember that those two extremes would exist in tandem, especially when you were looking to design products and policies that were meant to apply across the board, globally, for every context and situation. To not want to overly react and restrict the platform's availability or accessibility when it was being abused by an extremist group, for example, because you had to remember that in the very same context, it was being used in a very different way in life-saving applications by groups with very different aims and intentions. There was nowhere that those dichotomies are more acute than in moments of crisis. I was recently invited to participate in a fascinating workshop run by the International Red Cross, and the subject was digital dilemmas facing civilians in armed conflict. And in it, we were all invited from the perspective of a civilian to walk through what a moment of crisis really looks like. An earthquake, an explosion in your city, a cyclone, or an armed coup. And we were reminded how smartphones and other digital technologies are absolute lifelines in times of crisis. That is your connection to finding your family. That is your connection to finding medical resources. That is your connection to finding information about safe zones and evacuation routes, humanitarian corridors, and landmine locations. And it is your connection to the rest of the world, both for consuming news about what's going on and raising awareness for others about what's going on around you. At Twitter, crisis and conflict response ended up occupying the majority of my time, and certainly my heart. So for the next 20 or so minutes, I'm going to describe some of the most dangerous dynamics through which perpetrators used social media during my time at Twitter. The ones that caused me the most heartburn and sleepless nights, alongside some of the inspirational uses of that same tech to demonstrate some of the dual-use dilemmas that I watched unfold from the inside of a technology company. So I'm going to take you all to a little bit of a dark place, but I promise I'll bring you back, and we'll talk about how I think that companies can and should respond. So let's begin in Afghanistan. It is difficult to imagine a group more historically reticent to engage with technology than the Taliban. As most of you will recall, when the Taliban were in power in the late 1990s, they banned internet in the country, along with photography and television. But as Kabul was falling in 2021, the Taliban not only used the internet, but they engaged in a surprisingly sophisticated social media strategy to advance their aims. The Taliban's use of social media during that summer made headlines around the world. Taliban ramp up on social media, claimed the New York Times. For a group that espouses ancient moral codes, the Washington Post reported, the Afghan Taliban has used strikingly sophisticated social media tactics to build political momentum, and now that they're in power, to make a public case that they're ready to lead a modern nation state after nearly 20 years of war. Experts in foreign affairs and government policy wrote op-eds on the subject, and organizations like the Atlantic Council led groundbreaking research on precisely what those tactics look like and how effective they were. Now, one of the dynamics that I found most problematic was the Taliban's issuance of premature declarations of victory in cities across the country. Let me give you an example. So on Monday, July 5th, 2021, longtime Taliban spokesman Zabihullah Mujahid posted a tweet. The center of Hazrat Sultan, he wrote, had been liberated from enemy forces and was now under the control of the Mujahideen. According to his tweet, the Afghan forces in the vicinity had simply fled, and their weapons had fallen into the hands of the jihadists. Hazrat Sultan is home to nearly 50,000 people. It lays along an important northern highway just 150 miles outside of Kabul. Its capture would mark the latest in a string of triumphs that week for the Taliban, which was advancing every day closer to Afghanistan's capital. There was just one problem. It was not at all clear that Hazrat Sultan had actually fallen to the Taliban, at least not yet. A day later, on Tuesday, July 6th, the provincial police told the press that Afghan forces had actually continued to resist the Taliban's attack, adding that, far from fleeing, Afghan forces had fought for hours, with clashes ending shortly after midnight. In fact, 8 Taliban fighters had been killed, and the jihadists had ultimately been pushed back. Zabihullah Mujahid would ultimately be correct. Hazrat Sultan would eventually fall to the Taliban, and the local Afghan forces would be defeated. But it was not until a month later, on August 8th, 2021, that most news reports would conclude that the city was officially lost. That day, Zabihullah took to Twitter to claim victory over the city for a second time, emphasizing that it was now under the complete control of the Mujahideen. Over the following week, the Taliban would go on to take Kandahar in the south, Herat in the west, Mazar-e-Sharif in the north, and Jalalabad in the east, until the country's capital was effectively surrounded on all sides. And on August 15th, 2021, Taliban fighters would finally enter Kabul, President Ashraf Ghani would flee the country, and the government of Afghanistan would officially collapse. So why did Zabihullah jump the gun on his declaration of victory over Hazrat Sultan? This was informational warfare at its most fundamental level, an intentional propaganda campaign designed to convey an air of inevitability and to underscore the futility of efforts to resist the Taliban's advance. It was also incredibly difficult for those working inside social media companies to address. As you might expect, there was little reliable news coming out of small towns in the middle of an Afghan war zone. So for those sitting in Silicon Valley, trying to make accurate adjudications about exactly which districts the Taliban had and hadn't taken over, and exactly when, was almost impossible. And yet, Zabihullah Mujahid seemed to understand that by preemptively declaring the Taliban's victory over cities not yet under its control, his messages could fundamentally impact rapidly shifting dynamics on the ground. They could impact the morale of Afghan fighters who were watching one city after another fall to the Taliban and were increasingly coming to believe that hope was futile. And they could impact the fears and anxieties of local Afghan citizens, including the residents of Hazrat Sultan, who could panic and decide to flee the city, making an easier, smoother Taliban victory virtually a self-fulfilling prophecy. Zabihullah Mujahid also seemed to know that his messages were not going out in isolation. According to research conducted by the Atlantic Council's DFR lab, Zabihullah's tweets during this period were rapidly parroted across the internet through copy-pasta campaigns, or the copying and pasting of identical text by other accounts, aimed specifically at amplifying a message across the internet beyond what might be just accomplished by likes and retweets. According to one study, tweets highlighting battlefield victories and false or premature claims of success constituted one of the Taliban's core narratives during the spring and summer of 2021. During this period, Taliban tweets elicited more than 8 million responses. Sitting at the top of that pyramid with the most Twitter followers of any of the Taliban spokesmen was Zabihullah Mujahid. Around the same time, we learned that as the Taliban was capturing cities, approaching Kabul, they were also seizing smartphones. On August 17, 2021, the Wall Street Journal reported that the Taliban was setting up checkpoints across the city and demanding that residents hand over their phones so they could search them for evidence that they had communicated in English or that they had anything on their phone that could be considered illicit in the view of the Taliban. According to one report at the time, Afghans began racing to erase their digital footprint, deleting social media posts and photos and videos, foreign contacts, evidence of work with NGOs, or anything at all that could suggest that they were secular or affiliated with Western values and organizations. Imagine the terror as the Taliban were going door to door, searching for perceived traitors, trying to remove any online evidence that would associate you as a modern, progressive Afghan. These were, in my view, the modern analog of Fritz Haber's distortion of his ammonia innovation for gas attacks. And although my impulse might have switched off the entire platform in Afghanistan, if I had that power, which I did not, I had to constantly remind myself of the constructive feed the world fertilizer applications as well. Because alongside the terror from a campaign of disinformation and premature victories, alongside the mining of Afghans' digital footprints for evidence of betrayal, Afghan women were using social media as well. And of all the groups newly at risk from the Taliban's resurgence, it was perhaps women who had the most to lose. It was through social media that women began organizing protests against the Taliban, using WhatsApp and Facebook to facilitate demonstrations at landmark sites around Kabul. And when the Taliban's retribution grew harsher, women stayed in touch, sharing information online about how to obscure their identities with scarves of multiple colors hidden on their person, how to turn off their locations on their phones, and the best escape routes once the Taliban arrived at a demonstration on site. When it became too dangerous to attend demonstrations at all, women began meeting in secret indoor locations, making protest signs, and posting them on social media instead. And when the Taliban issued a new mandate requiring female university students to wear the niqab and abaya to school, Afghan women started a social media campaign of resistance, using hashtags like #DoNotTouchMyClothes and #AfghanistanCulture. This is how Afghan women dress, they posted, sharing pictures of gorgeous, colorful, vibrant clothing to resist what was being taken from them. To this day, Afghan women use social media to speak out, generally at great personal risk. For them, the same technology that enabled the Taliban to intimidate and deceive the Afghan public, to identify traitors for detention and torture, presents an opportunity for Afghan women to speak truth to power, to organize, to share emergency information about safety, and to tell the world what was happening to them under a brutal authoritarian regime. I want to turn next to Ethiopia. As many of you know, over the past few years, Ethiopia has been ravaged by not only a deadly civil war, but also a grave humanitarian crisis. Over 28 million people are estimated to be in need of humanitarian assistance, many of them facing a threat of mass starvation. Yet Ethiopia is also one of the deadliest countries on earth to be an aid worker. For significant periods of the war, aid workers had little to no access into the Tigray region, facing obstruction, roadblocks, fighting along routes, and other obstacles. These risks were exacerbated by dynamics in the online environment. I can say without any doubt that one of the risks that kept me up at night most was the very intentional and sophisticated campaigns of attack against humanitarian actors on social media. Many of the narratives targeting humanitarian actors fall into a few categories and tropes that I've laid out here. These often involved allegations that aid workers are spies or foreign agents, and conspiracy theories that sought to argue that aid workers were actually secretly affiliated with national governments or were actually political operatives. There were some dangerous tools used as part of these campaigns. One was the weaponization of images and logos of humanitarian actors. Another was the use of personal identifying information being shared online, including names, passports, or UN passes. Another was the impersonation efforts that I saw to further spread misinformation about the intentions of humanitarian actors. But the fundamental point of all of these allegations were to try to claim that humanitarian actors were not neutral, that they were themselves conflict actors. There's often claims that organizations are secretly providing food or communications equipment or weapons or fuel to parties to the conflict. And I think we can all understand why this is so dangerous, because it is the neutrality of aid workers that is absolutely paramount to their physical security and their ability to do their job. A former colleague of mine at Twitter used to say that the most potent mis- and disinformation claims are those that have a kernel of truth to them. And by that, I certainly don't mean that aid workers in Ethiopia weren't absolutely deserving of a presumption of neutrality. But in some cases, in other contexts around the world, we have heard genuine reports of aid being diverted or stolen to support a conflict actor. We might hear, for example, that 20 convoys went into Tigray, but only 10 came out. And people on the ground have questions about what happened to those other 10. And even if this is because the convoys were without any intention on part of aid workers, stolen from them and repurposed by someone else into the war effort, the way this gets distorted on social media is to frame it as intentional, to allege that the aid organization itself is really secretly affiliated with a party to the conflict. And we really saw those narratives take off. So you could imagine my horror waking up one morning and seeing a headline in the New York Times reporting that 3 aid workers for Doctors Without Borders were found dead in Ethiopia. To see the image here, and to read that a month before the killings, another humanitarian organization had pulled its staff from the region after some of their team had been interrogated and beaten by soldiers that believed them to be spies. One of the things that concerns me most is the cumulative impact of this kind of speech, because it's really not just about a single terrible post. It's about the impact to society when allegations are constantly made questioning certain individuals' motives or intentions or allegiances. It's about that point at which distrust really begins to take hold in a society. But it can be a really difficult area for social media companies to address. In some contexts, these narratives are state-backed, as governments look to create a pretext for the expulsion of humanitarian actors. In Ethiopia, for example, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and his administration perpetuated these same narratives in a statement expelling senior UN officials from the country in October of 2021, claiming that they had failed to fulfill their mission independently and impartially, and alleging that they diverted humanitarian assistance from to Tigrayan forces. In addition, humanitarian organizations, because of their desire for neutrality, often refrain from directly reporting or flagging content to social media platforms and feel a level of discomfort asking for critical content to be removed. And finally, this kind of content often falls within policy gaps at platforms, which may prohibit certain specific, limited types of mis and disinformation, but have not been able to operationalize a full-scale misinformation ban. In addition, allegations are generally not banned by social media companies, which want to leave room for people to challenge people in positions of power. And it's very tricky because some aid organizations in other contexts in the past have abused their power and committed human rights violations, including sexual abuse of locals and aid diversion and so on. So the idea of banning these allegations outright is problematic, and at the same time poses enormous risk to people on the ground in conflict zones who are doing their utmost to remain and be perceived as remaining neutral. So what about the other side of the coin? As much danger as the narrative circulating on social media posed for those on the ground, perhaps even more dangerous was the risk that social media would be cut off in Ethiopia entirely. That's exactly what happened in Ethiopia's Tigray region, which faced a 2-year internet and telecommunications shutdown that silenced some 6 million people. For the sake of national security, said the Prime Minister, internet and social media could be blocked anytime necessary. The internet, he reportedly said, is neither water nor air. But many on social media disagreed. The internet for journalism is now like the air you breathe, said one post. Amnesty International weighed in too, saying that the internet shutdown denied people the right to information, to know what's happening around them. A hashtag Keep It On campaign gained momentum across social media, protesting internet shutdowns around the world. And while the Ethiopian Prime Minister claimed that the shutdowns were necessary to prevent violence, Access Now, a human rights group, claimed that internet blackouts were actually being used as a weapon to control and censor information, making it more difficult to report on alleged war crimes and other human rights violations in the region. And although reports on the situation in Ethiopia continued to be published, many of these reports came out months after the events they were reporting on. Ethiopia, said a piece by Slate magazine, had mastered the 21st century war zone blackout. It was the internet, after all, that was essential to sharing information about accessing humanitarian aid, even while it was being abused to pose grave risk to those distributing it. So lastly, I'm going to take us to Ukraine. Now, disinformation and propaganda being spread by Russian actors is no surprise to any of us, and of course it's been a deeply problematic dynamic across social media for some time. But I wanted to share a bit more about how that plays out in ways that I sometimes found surprising. In the early days after the Russian invasion, there was obviously quite a bit of internal discussion at social media companies about content moderation capabilities. And there was a conversation that arose, I remember, about the language capacity we had for relevant languages in the region. Of course, we were talking about ensuring we had sufficient moderation capacity in Russian and Ukrainian, and there was some discussion about some other minority languages in the region. And then someone spoke up and they said, well, shouldn't we be really staffing up in Spanish? And there was a pause and some of us said, Spanish in Russia and Ukraine? As it turns out, Russian state-owned media had initiated a major disinformation campaign aimed specifically at Spanish speakers. In fact, Russian Spanish language outlets outperformed their US counterparts in terms of audience engagement by more than 3-1 in January of 2022, just weeks ahead of the invasion. That includes outlets like Telemundo, CNN, Univision. Their objective is believed to have been to influence support for the war among the Hispanic population in Western countries like the United States, a recognition of how powerful this minority can be in US politics, and Russia's interest in influencing foreign support for the war. Crises implicate developments far beyond their immediate borders. One of the most common strategies is by waging information operations, which seek to create confusion, erode social cohesion, and seed or perpetuate chaotic conditions. In some cases, info-ops are specifically aimed at undermining trust in democratic institutions and in key actors that are essential to civic processes. Digital crisis response needs to account for global geopolitical efforts to impact the trajectory of a crisis, which makes holistic response incredibly important. You might also be surprised to learn just how much Russian disinformation seeks to capitalize on local and even hyper-local events to advance its broader foreign policy objectives. This can include events that seem to be entirely unrelated to a crisis itself. And the example I like to give is a terrible train accident that I'm sure many of you heard about that derailed in Ohio this spring, that spilled toxic chemicals in East Palestine. It was a local tragedy, but the Kremlin leapt into action on Twitter using anonymous pro-Russian accounts to spread narratives generally aimed at stoking fear and distrust, such as claiming that local authorities in Ohio were lying about the true impact of the chemical spill, that the media was covering up the disaster, and predicting an increase in deadly cancers as a result of the spill. If you saw some of these that spring, it could have been the Kremlin hard at work. Some compared the American response to Ukraine to the response to the train disaster, posting things like, Biden offers food, water, medicine, shelter, payouts of pension and social services to Ukraine. Ohio first. Offer and deliver to Ohio. So even beyond the territorial borders of a war zone or conflict, information wars are playing out to serve geopolitical objectives aimed at undermining domestic support for foreign policy decisions. Lastly, one of the most dangerous types of disinformation in Ukraine were the false flag narratives spread by the Kremlin. These were narratives spread describing purported Ukrainian aggression in the region in the interest of creating a pretext or justification for a Russian invasion. So as you might imagine, Russian-affiliated state media made a major push advancing false flag narratives in February of 2022. DFR Lab analyzed 10 false flag narratives and published this fascinating chart, which you can see the specific narratives advanced and the outlets through which it was spread or disseminated. As you can see, it's saying things like Ukrainian militants are preparing to carry out terrorist attacks in the Donbas region, or that Ukrainian special services were planting a bomb in a building in Donetsk. This was, of course, at odds with the repeated statements of Ukrainian officials at the time, which maintained they were not planning any military operations and that they were vigorously seeking a diplomatic resolution to avoid war at any cost. But it was very much in Russia's interest to advance this idea of Ukrainian provocation, to create justification for its own aggression. And what I think this slide really demonstrates so clearly is the way that a broad geopolitical goal can be advanced by a wide array of these very, very specific localized narratives, like the 10 depicted here. On first glance, none of these narratives include a direct call to violence. But over time, and cumulatively, they seek to erode trust in Ukrainian officials' objectives and public statements in a way that can be incredibly dangerous for people on the ground. But of course, social media is also being used in Ukraine to drive an extraordinary documentation effort, using open source investigations to create a historical record of the war, and to support international investigations and prosecutions for war crimes. This is a movement to document evidence that is, to my knowledge, unprecedented in its scale, rigor, and thoughtfulness, and social media content is absolutely at the center of this effort. In fact, the Office of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General has set up a remarkable website. It's warcrimes.gov.ua, in which local citizens can send information and evidence of potential war crimes, including social media content, that might serve as evidence. And if you go to the page, this bright green button links you to an evidentiary submission portal. And a specialized form asks you to select from different categories, including sexual violence, violence against children, whether the content depicts the destruction of hospitals or medical equipment, or religious buildings or cultural sites. To date, the Prosecutor General has received more than 18,000 submissions through the portal on alleged war crimes. These submissions will be used to bring to justice those guilty of the most serious international crimes before Ukrainian courts, before the ICC in The Hague, and potentially before a special tribunal. In addition, last May, many of you will be aware that the US State Department announced the creation of the Conflict Observatory, a groundbreaking effort to use technology, including social media content and satellite imagery, to analyze and document atrocities in Ukraine and to support accountability efforts around the world. Its reports are an incredible example of partnership across sectors to advance accountability efforts and to take this absolutely devastating conflict and do their best to leverage technology for humanity. So in my last few minutes, I'm going to talk a little bit about the future of digital crisis response. There is no universal definition of a crisis. The word stems from a Greek term, which is used to denote a turning point in the trajectory of a disease. Today, crises are often described as involving 1, a high level of threat, 2, a high level of uncertainty, and 3, urgency in terms of the time in which decisions need to be taken. They've been described as consequential, emotionally charged, dramatic, vivid moments, and as moments of truth in which the mettle of leaders and the robustness of institutions are tested and frailties are quickly revealed. They can be wars, but moments of crisis are not exclusively wars. A crisis can come with leadership change or be triggered by a Supreme Court decision or an election. A crisis can arise around an invasion or a coup, a civil uprising, a labor strike, or even peace talks. It can be triggered by a statement from an influencer or a religious leader or a natural disaster. But fundamentally, crises are moments in which the circumstances around us fundamentally shift, and those changes create or exacerbate acute vulnerabilities for those on the ground. Now, crisis response used to be the remit of states. But today, tech companies have extraordinary influence and impact in terms of both crisis prevention and crisis response. For tech companies, moments of crisis open up enormously consequential decisions around the dual-use nature of their products. So how can and should tech companies respond to moments of crisis? And how can we learn from these anecdotes to better build technology for humanity? So over the past few years, I've given these questions a fair amount of thought, and I have a few framing principles that I'd like to advance as we talk about the future of digital crisis response. One of the things that became very clear to me during the fall of Kabul was that social media companies need to ensure they have a comprehensive crisis response function in place, that the scale and imminence of risk in crisis settings requires a much more organized way of working across the companies. Sitting on the human rights team, we would often receive signals from external partners. And even if we were able to help translate those signals into possible areas of response for the company, we would often have to then go track down individual points of contact across the company, people in different teams, and in each case, we'd have to try to make the case, explain the context, and why this crisis required their time and concern. And that was incredibly inefficient, as you can imagine. In a moment of crisis, tech companies need a dedicated crisis response function with specific representatives from product teams, operational teams, policy teams, legal teams, to work together in real time to try to understand what is happening on the ground and how its products are implicated on both sides of that dual-use equation. One of the most important roles for this type of function is to help address what the Carnegie Endowment has called a translation gap among stakeholders to a crisis, a situation where reps of tech companies and civil society and government really don't fundamentally understand one another's needs and constraints. And while having a human rights team at a tech company can go some way in helping to address those translation gaps, in a crisis, even our team needed a central place on the company side to take information, a group that could ingest and metabolize the information that we provided to them, to coordinate and discuss potential mitigations, as well as their potential unintended consequences for crisis-affected populations. Number 2 that I've put up there is a holistic mandate. One of the things that I think is often lost in the discussion of social media's role in crisis response is that this is about much, much more than content moderation. Yes, of course, companies need responsible content moderation to address risks of incitement and discrimination and abuse and harassment. But crisis response isn't just about content moderation. It's also about content elevation, the choices platforms can make to amplify credible information from journalists and humanitarian organizations and UN peacekeeping missions. It is about rule and policy development that takes into consideration the dynamics specific to conflict and crisis settings, including relevant legal frameworks that might apply, like international humanitarian law. And it is about product development and constantly iterating on the product development process to safeguard against abuse by perpetrators of mass violence. As a couple of examples of what a nimble crisis response function could do, let me tell you about a few of the features that companies have tried to introduce to mitigate risks to people on the ground. In the context of Afghanistan, one of the innovations I found most impressive was developed by Facebook, which, when it heard that the Taliban was mining people's profiles for evidence of Western affiliations and connections, they temporarily removed the ability to view and click on people's list of friends on the platform for all accounts located in Afghanistan. Facebook also developed a one-click tool that would enable people in Afghanistan to totally instantly lock down their accounts, so people who aren't their friends couldn't download their profile photo and couldn't see any photos on their timeline. And while new social media features might seem like a paltry defense against an organization like the Taliban, when you actually look at the nuances of how the Taliban was using social media, these tools can actually be very meaningful. The ability to easily make your digital self visible or invisible is deeply important in a moment of crisis, especially in a place like Afghanistan. At Twitter, in the midst of the Taliban takeover, our crisis response team was able to launch a digital security initiative where every single user located in Afghanistan would receive a push notification to their device informing them in Dari, Pashto, and English how to make sure their location was turned off, how to hide their past posts, and how to delete or deactivate their profiles altogether. And again, nobody's saying that a push notification is going to be what's needed to disempower the Taliban. But if information about digital literacy and digital security can contribute to broader self-protection efforts by civilians, that can be meaningful. In Ukraine, going back to the dissemination of false flag narratives by Russian state media, even though the content and the veracity of many of those narratives is very difficult to debunk in real time, one of my former colleagues at Twitter took a different angle, leading an initiative to label state-affiliated media so that users could at least see the source of the information or disinformation being shared. Think how impactful that can be if done correctly. If you can see that the user circulating those narratives is Russian-affiliated state media, you're going to interpret that post a lot differently than if it were being circulated by the Washington Post. And it gives a sense of the range of tools that we can turn to better contextualize information online, to protect the integrity of the online information environment, and better protect people in a conflict zone. Now, the third essential element of a digital crisis response function is independence. That's independence from a company's profit incentives, from their user growth objectives, and their broader business motives about which markets might be considered valuable and which aren't. This, of course, raises good questions about where a crisis response function should be located, internal or external to a company itself. Some of you might recall that in June of 2021, the president of Nigeria posted a tweet. He stated that the Nigerian government would treat, quote, those who are misbehaving in, quote, the language they understand. And in doing so, he referenced the 30-month Nigerian civil war fought against separatists in the state of Biafra, in which separatists were defeated and more than 1 million people were killed. Many people interpreted this tweet as a coded threat that could incite violence in the predominantly Igbo region, and some even interpreted it as a threat of genocide. When Twitter made the decision to remove President Buhari's tweet, for a couple of blissful days, I remember everything was quiet. And then a few days later, the Nigerian government banned the use of Twitter in Nigeria. It ordered telecommunications companies to block access to the platform throughout the entire country, and it ordered prosecutors to arrest anyone who continued to use it. That ban lasted 7 months. Access Now estimated that it cost Nigeria's economy over $1 billion US. But human rights groups estimated that it cost the country a lot more than that. Twitter was one of the primary platforms through which ordinary Nigerians could criticize or challenge the government. It was used to organize and power major social movements across the country, including the #EndSARS movement, which was used to challenge police brutality. And the ban was actually against Twitter was actually challenged in litigation before the Court for the Economic Community of West African States, which ruled that the ban violated both the UN Charter and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. But the ban was also, of course, to Twitter's financial detriment, because Nigeria was considered an important market for the country's growth. 7 months lost of business and growth plans for the company in the region totally derailed. So consider how imperative it is that when assessing how to handle a tweet potentially inciting genocide by the leader of a country, that those making that consequential decision be insulated from a company's growth and profit objectives. That a crisis response function be able to decide whether it's too great a risk for people on the ground to leave up a tweet that could create a serious risk of harm, without any regard for how many advertising partnerships could be lost. It may be that we can mandate or regulate tech companies to ensure that their crisis response functions have this kind of independence. But we may also find that in the private sector, there always remains some risk that someone could come along and buy the company and fundamentally change its direction and priorities and values. Given that risk, we may want to find ways to develop digital crisis response functions external to individual companies with truly independent mandates. Number 4 is a vulnerable group lens. There are risks to all of us in the digital environment, both arising from what information we consume and what information about ourselves we expose. But those risks are not equal, and certain individuals face disproportionate and aggregated levels of risk by virtue of their identity or gender or profession. This is not accidental. It is an intentional strategy to intimidate and silence people who speak truth to power, such as journalists, feminists, and human rights advocates. In other cases, targeting certain individuals plays into geopolitical objectives related to those groups. Look at the narratives against aid workers in Ethiopia and the government's decision to expel them. In a crisis setting, these disproportionate vulnerabilities can fundamentally shape the trajectory of a crisis. So we need to design technology for those most at risk in the most at-risk settings on Earth. And designing for vulnerable groups is actually a fundamental principle for those in product design, who say if you actually design for people with the most constraints, you'll also create the best possible product for the rest of us. But it's also the most responsible way to approach tech in moments of crisis. The most important thing to remember, of course, is that who is at most at risk is not a fixed answer. It can change overnight, as it did for the women of Afghanistan the day that Kabul fell, or the way that it changed for sexual minorities in Ukraine the day that Russia invaded. So we also really have to closely monitor and understand the trajectories of how crises evolve and how their shifting dynamics can newly place individuals and groups at risk. Now, the last framing principle that I'd propose is that a responsible crisis function needs a firm set of values to align around when tough choices need to be made. Values oriented for humanity, not for profit or market share or user growth. International human rights law is, in my view, the most fundamentally applicable and useful legal framework for a tech company with global operations and impact. If you think this space needs more domestic government regulation, I have examples I'll give you during the rest of the day of governments using tech for surveillance, for repression of ethnic and religious and sexual minorities, to silence dissidents and others challenging people in power. Tech companies today cannot pick a single government's laws to align with over all others, and we definitely don't need tech companies inventing their own sets of values in a moment of crisis. I'm going to read a quote from David Kaye, the former UN Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression, who made a similar point in his book, Speech Police. He wrote, "Companies should make human rights law the explicit standard underlying their content moderation and write that into their rules. International human rights law provides everyone with the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers. It protects everyone's right to hold opinions without interference. And just as important, human rights law gives companies a language to articulate their positions worldwide in ways that respect democratic norms and counter authoritarian demands." Tech companies today are frontline actors in the prevention of and response to mass violence. Most of the geopolitical crises and the gravest threats to humanity play out all around us in the physical space, but simultaneously in the information environment. And the two interact and influence one another constantly. So as I said earlier, my world and my intellectual grounding comes from international criminal law and the instruments and institutions that support it. The International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, the Rome Statute. But 30 years ago, there was no International Criminal Court. There was a gaping hole in the international justice system that required enormous momentum from academics, from civil society, and from governments to address. And I think we are now at that same point with technology, and particularly social media. We have gaping holes in the design, use, and governance of tech in terms of crisis and conflict settings, and it is going to take a collective effort to solve them. So what I've sought to do here is set out just a few of the framing principles for that effort and the direction that we need to go to create the institutions and instruments for the future of digital crisis response. So I'll leave it there, but I'm so looking forward to engaging with everyone in this room to talk about how to take these ideas forward and how to create a future in which technology truly serves humanity in moments of crisis and beyond.
Thank you so much. So we will now invite comments and questions from the audience, and each of you has a button on your mic. If you press that button, it'll turn red, and then everyone else can hear you when you speak.
Susan.
Thank you, Shannon, for such a rich and thought-provoking, wonderful talk. I have tons of questions, of course. I'll try to stick to two based on your 5 principles for, as you said, taking this forward. Dedicated crisis response sounds vital. And indeed, some of the companies are doing something like this. So can I ask a couple of questions about the details? One, should there be one crisis response for all kinds of crises? Or is it better to have, for example, dedicated teams for elections, which is, as you know, something that also some companies have been doing? Should they be specialized according to the kind of crisis or anticipated crisis? One of the arguments for doing, for example, special elections teams is that you know that an election is coming. In the case of some crises, you can see it coming, and in others, of course, it's less possible to plan well in advance. So that's one question. Second question, in many cases, I mean, as you know all this stuff better than I do, as do so many of you great folks in the room. In some cases, there's one or two platforms that are really dominant, so their policies can make an enormous difference. But there are lots of other cases where to have a thorough systemic impact, you would need to get various platforms to do the same thing at the same time. Do you think platforms should attempt to make these bodies, these dedicated crisis bodies, inter-platform or separate, company by company? And then, I'm sorry, I lied. A third question, Andrina and I were just talking about, for example, the steps that you described Facebook took at the time of the collapse of Kabul. And we were saying to each other, those would be very useful, also in places without crises, for example, for vulnerable populations. So what about the fact that, as in so many other spheres of life, crisis tends to drive innovation that is then useful in ordinary life? Is there some way in which that could or should be turned into some kind of an organizational reflex? That, let's say, after a crisis, you look at the ideas and the policies that emerged from it and explore how they should be widely applied.
Yeah.
I know that's a leading question.
3 easy questions, as I expected from you, Susan. The first thing I would say, in terms of the different categories of crisis, one of the things that I saw happen quite a bit at Twitter was something, as you say, there's sort of whole elections integrity teams, and there would be an election calendar. There's even, social media companies, I'm not sharing any secrets here, tier elections. This is public information, and they tier in terms of the risk, right? It's a tier 1, it's a super high risk election, it's a tier 2. And I think one of the problems that we saw repeatedly is something, and sort of a response function that starts as an election civic integrity process very quickly can turn into another type of crisis. And I would also say, and you alluded to this, Susan, in your remarks, but I think the field of atrocity prevention has developed a whole science of early warning, right? And so I actually would challenge the idea, a somewhat science of early warning. And I do think that many of the crises that blow up, although you may not be able to anticipate exactly how a situation will implode or explode, I think for the most part, most of the situations it's probably within the top 10 sort of early warning list. And a lot of these various indices and lists, you actually see a lot of the same countries coming up again and again. So even if one process may rank it India, then Ukraine, then Ethiopia, and the other would do it in the opposite order, a lot of those same countries are going to come up in the same top 10. So to respond to your question about the type of crisis response, I think all crises evolve differently. And so I would probably push back against the idea that we should be categorizing crises specifically. I think probably you need a crisis response function that's flexible enough to recognize the different patterns between electoral crises, ones that arise over a Supreme Court decision, ones that arise over a conflict or a war or an invasion or a coup, something like that. But you need the flexibility to be able to sort of respond to things in real time as they come up. To sort of blend into your second question, companies are sharing information across from company to company somewhat, but I found in my experience this was often far too ad hoc, far too informal, and again, I sort of go back to what I said about how crisis response started when I started at Twitter, where it was, you're tracking people down, you're trying to set up a process and sort of build the bike as you're riding it in terms of crisis response. So I just think we need to start by getting organized in a very serious way, because the way that social media is used today is probably not what was once envisioned. And people seem to have their very niche ideas about the use of social media based on their own use about it. It's used for sports by some communities. It's used by celebrities and influencers in other ways. And I do not think that major companies necessarily foresaw that in crisis and conflict settings, the platforms would be so vital and used in such diverse ways. So my goal really was to give some insight into how those risks can really differ in ways that are challenging. It's not just your inciting violence post. And so I think crisis response needs to account for that. I think your last question was about sort of the external and internal and one versus one for each company. I do think there is value in having a company-specific approach, because social media is also used differently by people in different crises, right? Some wars really seem to play out on TikTok or Telegram. In Myanmar, of course, Facebook was the platform of choice, Twitter less so. But in other crises, it is Twitter that it was at the heart, right? I think the Taliban's use of Twitter was a risk for that company, much more so than Facebook, which took really different decisions to deplatform the Taliban early on. So I think you need a place that these risks can be addressed at a company-to-company level, but then the channels to communicate between and across companies, especially to recognize the risk of cross-platform content, right? And how these risks that might bubble up in one place might actually migrate really quickly. And we saw that happen too sometimes, where you would inadvertently, by taking one decision at one platform that was responsible, you would push it to another platform. And that platform needs to be ready with its own sort of crisis response. I think I've answered most of them, Susan, but we can continue to chat. Yes.
My name is Populan. I'm from Arlington University. Thank you very much for your presentation. You end your talk by saying that we are facing a gaping hole in terms of the governing of technology, and we need to take a collective effort. So I want to explore a little bit more about this collective effort. In the United States today, we cannot even determine what is fake and real news. We debated what is the fourth state. So even in the United States, we have these diverse worldviews or the view of realities. And you talk about the fifth principle grounded in international human rights law. We have countries who abide by those laws. There are countries who do not believe Western definition of human rights should be the human rights for everyone. So I wonder, from your own experience working at Twitter and formerly with the Hague, whether you can shed some light on how can we contribute to this collective effort. How can we have some common understanding, if not consensus? What are the ethical principles adjudicating different understanding of what is common good, what is collective flourishing for humankind and the planet? Thanks.
Thank you. Challenging questions again. Your remarks about a collective effort and the distinctions between countries in their level of recognition and respect and abidance by human rights is spot on, and it reminds me of one of the first things that I heard Elon Musk say about kind of what he envisioned for the future of Twitter, and he made a comment about how he thought that we should moderate content according to each country's laws, right? We're just going to follow the law in the countries in which we're operating. And I remember that same week, I was on the phone I was on a call with a gay rights activist located in Ghana, where homosexuality is being criminalized. And he was so terrified to use the platform that he told me, he described that he would craft the tweet on his computer at home, but he would actually go down the street. He would physically take his laptop down the street before posting the tweet, because he was so concerned, and he would of course use a pseudonymous account, an anonymous account. He was so concerned that it could be traced back to him and his family and pose like existential risk, right, in the climate there. And so for me, that was when I knew that the direction of the company was not going to be compatible with my view of human rights, and that it would be really difficult for me to continue to engage with human rights activists around the world and look them in the eye if we were saying that if the Ghanaian government asked for the information of a gay rights activist located in the country with a view to prosecuting them or worse, that we would be capitulating to that. So that was a big concern, and that's kind of what's informed my view too, that it's international human rights law that I think gives us the ethical and legal framework to respond to requests, for companies to be able to be consistent in their approach, but also avoid aligning with a single country's values and dealing with the conflicts of kind of levels of commitments to human rights around the world. So I would say, in terms of what we can do in a collective effort, I hear all the time this sort of public pressure to have companies abide by, say, the First Amendment, or abide by domestic laws. I really think we should be pushing for international human rights law to be that framework, and pushing for content moderation policies and platform policies and sort of the development of products to align with that as sort of the core northern star that we all look to in terms of tech development. Yeah.
Hi.
I love rest of world.
Now it's working. Okay. So my question is about trends in resource allocation. Oftentimes what we're talking about here comes down to budgets, who's being hired, who's not being hired. Twitter's a great example of this. You saw the entire Africa team fired in the fall, including the shutdown of their office that had been around for maybe a couple months, maybe less than that. So I wonder if you can speak a little bit to trends in terms of, is anyone actually putting their money where their mouth is in terms of doing this moderation at a global scale, in region, rather than from the West? And then the second part of that question is kind of, how does AI moderation figure into that? Does it fill a gap, or does it kind of exacerbate the inequalities we already see?
I felt like the emerging crisis response function that we were starting to pilot and have operate at Twitter, the goal was indeed to not only be able to anticipate risks and respond to them in real time, but to resource accordingly. So, one of the things that I helped pioneer was the development of a country risk process, right? A way to use data to inform an informed ranking of countries in terms of the risk that they posed, using the specific indices that are relevant to the platform, right? So things like freedom of expression, minority rights, democratic indicators, rule of law, for example, the rights of women and sexual minorities and all the like. And if you take that, as well as whether the company has a presence on the ground, what their history is like engaging in the country, I do think that there are ways to inform the resourcing of crises according to that data, again, rather than according to sort of other objectives within the company. And so I think the goal would be to have not only a dedicated crisis response function, but one that is resourced, in alignment with the risk that different situations pose. I wanted to highlight, because I was thinking about it as you were beginning to speak, was I've been really impressed in terms of new institutions that are developed by things like the Facebook Oversight Board, which of course is imperfect, but in terms of thinking creatively, innovatively about the new institutions that can be kind of resourced, structured, created to provide some accountability, some integrity, and to really hold companies to account in a way that is dedicated to a singular platform, but it is also meant to be somewhat independent, right? It would fill sort of that third objective as well. In terms of AI, again, I would sort of go back to that dual use theme, right? AI has been a lifesaver in terms of more effective content moderation at scale, also enormously dangerous, right? And you do need to kind of bring that human lens to content moderation in particular. And I also think this is where contextual signals can be so helpful, because there are signals in content that are about behavior. There are signals that are about the content itself. There's the metadata about how content gets created. And for some of those things, AI analysis can be really helpful. And for others, I think that human view is essential. So I think, again, it would be AI working hand in hand with human moderation rather than replacing it.
Hi, I'm Stephen Lee. I'm from Utah Tech University, and I'm curious about your last point about grounded in human rights law, and that you don't want companies making these decisions. And I'm curious about the example of, say, NSO Group. And
what?
NSO Group, the company that created Pegasus, which seems to be operating whatever rules it wants to make. And expecting governments to supposedly line up and apply whatever restrictions they want to apply, which are none.
Thank you. It's a good question. We talked about this when we were creating the crisis response function. And of course, every company has sort of highlighted the values that it will look to align with. And I think that process is healthy, and a lot of companies do that, right? Talk about their core kind of grounding principles and their values and in their mission and mandate. I think what I was saying is that we don't want companies reinventing the wheel, right? We need, and I liked how David Kay put it, because it's also about companies being able to push back on government demands around the world in a way that is consistent. One of the things is, like, social media companies are used, those platforms are used every day for abuse of human rights. But in many cases, these companies are also these like frontline actors in pushing back against governments that are looking to abuse human rights. And it was really, it was so enlightening to watch how social media companies, for example, in India, were pushing back on efforts to silence journalists and remove content that was critical. And where companies pushed back and said, no, we're not taking that post down. And at which point they started to capitulate and that balance started to change, right? And so I think always having a grounding not in values that they invented, but rather values that are defensible, that are, the International Human Rights Law framework probably doesn't have quite the specificity that we need, but at the same time is a legal body that's developed over decades of intellectual analysis and argument and research. And so I think for that reason, it's much more defensible than a tech company kind of reinventing the wheel and, suggesting their own values that they made up based on the employees that are employed, at that time.
Thank you again for just a really great presentation, so thoughtful, a lot to continue to ponder. I too am interested in the human rights framework, and so I want to basically sort of follow up on a question. I heard a little bit of it before. There certainly have been critiques about the human rights framework, the human rights legal framework, and it's bent toward Western principles and values. Could you speak a little bit more about that? And would you add, do you see it operating in very similar to war crimes tribunals?
That's a really interesting question. I actually reject the idea that international human rights law today is meant to sort of just posit a Western-centric set of values. I think that perhaps it started overly Western-centric, but today, if you look at the regional human rights instruments and bodies, like the African Court of Human Rights, like the European regional human rights instruments and bodies, I think that regionally it's being interpreted and given life in a way that is relevant to people around the world, right? And not to necessarily limit ourselves to just, say, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but to really look beyond to the more regional human rights movements and bodies that have kind of added color and regional dimension to that movement over the past couple of decades, I think has been really inspiring. And I continue to think it gives us sort of a collective language to talk about values in a way that has actually had quite a bit of input from all around the world. So that's what I would say there. The second part of your question was about
how to operate it. I mean, for example, in terms of courts.
You know, and this was so interesting because I mentioned the case in Nigeria, right? And what I will say is, even though the court ruled that the ban against Twitter was unlawful because it violated various human rights treaties, there was no teeth to that, right? And actually the government of Nigeria didn't super care, and they didn't necessarily undo the ban because of that ruling. I think it was probably more the economic pressure over all of those months of time and the lead up to the Nigerian election that ultimately led to the change. So I don't necessarily see the enforcement of international human rights law happening in ways similar to war crimes. That body of law is really premised on individual criminal accountability. But I do think that international human rights law is increasingly gaining momentum, and you do see companies voluntarily saying that they are going to abide by, say, the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. I know Facebook has kind of made a public statement committing to adhering to those principles as sort of part of their core grounding and framing for their approach. Many other companies, beyond social media companies, have done the same. And so I think that you are seeing also not only companies voluntarily adopt those treaties and instruments as part of their principles, but you also see regulatory bodies increasingly reflecting it. So in Europe, for example, the DSA now requires human rights impact assessments and risk assessments. So again, you're seeing sort of the reflecting of broader human rights principles being reflected in regulatory mandates to continue to have tech companies operate in different jurisdictions. And I think in some ways that can actually be more effective than the rulings of a human rights court, although those are also important and I think big symbolic victories that definitely got attention on the ground in places like Nigeria.
I want to thank everyone for your questions and your comments. I know we have several more, and we are at time for our lunch. We've catered lunch here because we want these conversations to continue. So we'll go ahead and move into our lunch, but first, please join me in thanking Shannon Rajsingh for an amazing.
Thank you so much, Sylvester.
There are three things that I have quickly learned to appreciate that Shannon brings to the work that she does. And one is she loves a challenge because, as you can see, the kinds of work that she has done is incredibly difficult work. And she has run toward that difficulty and embraced it. And the second is that she loves operating at the heart of complexity. And you heard that this morning in discussing her examples, her experiences with very different kinds of situations that move one into a place where you have to understand the world is not so simple as black and white. It's very complicated, and she's been very productive in that space. And the third is that she loves justice. She loves justice. She's very committed to that, very devoted to it. One of the reasons why the Luz Foundation has been supporting religion and theology in conversation with these intersections of very important categories such as technology in our society is because in addition to the things that we read about in the papers every day with religion, which is often supporting bigotry, which is propagating hatred against minoritized populations, we don't read about the other things happening with religion and theology, that there are actually very sophisticated, complex traditions that are rooted in visions and imaginaries of social justice and practices of equity and thinking beyond some of the very simple, tempting ways to divide our world into visions of black and white, and also the nurturing of this devotion and love for social justice. And so the conversations that Future Humans, Human Futures has been having in this institute this week has engaged with the possibilities of wedding and intersecting social justice with the important opportunities to remake and to reshape our world as we move into a very complex future. Shannon Raj Singh embodies not only the importance of that vision and possibility, but particularly your record of working in very difficult circumstances that are really engaged with very visceral conditions of precarity, of human suffering, and bringing to that the work of human rights in order to make a better world. One of the important questions before us that appears over and over again that you've just demonstrated with technology is the question of how we're actually going to create systems that are equitable, that are just. We need technical innovations, and we get them. But a faster processor, a more sophisticated algorithm, a more robust electrical grid system is actually not going to bring us the social justice and the equity that we need. We're going to get it when people who truly love justice and are devoted to it and are committed to doing that work are at the helm of what happens with technology. And that's some of the conversations we've been having this week. Shannon, I want to thank you for what you have embodied and what you've shared with us, and particularly for the work that you're doing to actually get technology work for the benefit of the public interest and to make it more equitable. So thank you again. Thank all of you. We have lunch prepared in this reception area. Please continue the conversations. Those of you who had comments and questions, please keep them going. We want those to happen. And we'll come back here at 1:30 to resume for our first panel. So thank you again.
currently.
Test. My name is Chris. I am trying to not talk too loudly because when I do, people are afraid of my voice because it's very loud. Okay. Is that good, or do you need me to? Oh man, there's so many people here, though. All right, we're testing my mic. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Thank you. I like the bow tie. It's great. Okay, thanks. I'm gonna mute that now.
So, I mean, I worked on Syria refugee response, and you can certainly see how EU border policy
Hi.
begins with Syria in the Mediterranean.
Hi, my name is Michael Zelenko.
It's not the birth of it, but it's where we are today.
Hi, my name is Michael Zelenko. I'm based in New York. I'm excited to be here. Should I keep talking?
Is it, am I on? Are you on red or?
I'm unmuted. Hello. My name is Michael Zelenko. I'm based in New York. I work for Rest of World. I hope my flight back home doesn't get canceled.
You guys should bring that up.
The flight.
What do you all have in common?
Where are you?
New York.
New York. Yeah, I'm like fingers crossed. Were you delayed last night?
Very delayed.
Yeah.
Like 8 hours, so I took a train instead.
Oh
I
my
knew
Hello, hello. Here we go. All right. Well, thank you everyone. I hope everyone had a lovely lunch. My name is Rishi Jaitley. I am a professor of practice and distinguished fellow at Virginia Tech, and this is panel one, strengthening human rights amid rising techno-nationalism. First, I want to not only thank you all, but thank Sylvester again for convening this summit. Sylvester is the most generous person I know, and I think of this summit actually as an act of generosity for the technology ecosystem and the wider public that's impacted by technology in so many ways. So Tech for Humanity Summit 2023. I can't wait not only for the rest of today, but for these summits in future years. But for a moment, I want all of us to imagine what this summit might have looked like in 2013 and 2003. Imagine a Tech for Humanity Summit in 2003 and 2013. What would have been in the air? What would the culture of those conversations have been? In 2003, we might have been celebrating, if you remember, the nascent power of search, e-newspapers, and maybe blogging. I recall a certain Howard Dean using blogging in 2003 and 2004 in big ways. In 2013, we might have reflected on tech for change, 4 with the number 4, I remember that, social networking, and political organizing, post-Arab Spring, a celebratory conversation. And so now in 2023, I'd like to ask all of you to imagine what this conversation not only might look like today, but what it might look like in 2033. And consider the agency we all have in shaping a culture that enables the rise of digital products, technology products, that serve human flourishing, not human failings. After all, this last decade, one chock full of elections fought on social media, a global mental health epidemic, and dangerous and disheartening polarization has given us all pause about the prior 20 years of what I call uncritical fanfare around technology. I personally feel kind of like a poster child of some of these last 20 years. I've lived into the culture of each decade around technology, which to me is a reminder of the importance of culture. When we convene events like these, we're shaping and creating culture and new identities and narratives for young people to live into when they imagine their careers in technology. In the 2000s, I was a tech-oriented social entrepreneur and Googler, idealistic, believed wholeheartedly in the power of technology. In the 2010s, I was a tech executive and tech investor abroad. But in this decade, this sobering decade of the 2020s, I've realized actually that it's the humanities and a sense of my humanity that powered me in technology and actually might power all of us. So I'm very excited to bring together an amazing group of panelists who are going to bring a sincerely global perspective, an international perspective to the questions of human security and our opportunity to set a new tone around technology for humanity. So I'm just going to tell you about our panelists first, and then I will turn it over to them for our first round of questions. Michael Zelenko is executive editor of Rest of World, my favorite online magazine, an award-winning nonprofit publication that captures the impact of Silicon Valley around the world, outside the Western bubble, and people's experiences with technology outside the West. He co-founded before that and was executive editor of 10, Medium's tech and science publication, and led features and enterprise programs at The Verge. He specializes in building and leading ambitious editorial programs marked by rigorous investigations, scoops, and immersive narrative-driven features. Welcome, Michael. Christopher Harris. Chris Harris leads efforts on issues at the intersection of tech, human rights, conflict, and accountability to the rule of law at the MITRE Corporation, a not-for-profit operator of federally funded research and development centers dedicated to working across government and in partnership with industry and academia to tackle hard problems that challenge global safety and stability. Chris previously worked as an engineer at the Pentagon and served 10 years as an officer in the US Navy, where he focused on topics ranging from cybersecurity to counter-proliferation. Welcome, Chris. Amali Tower, to his left, is the founder and executive director of Climate Refugees. She has extensive global experience in refugee protection, refugee resettlement, and forced migration and displacement contexts, having worked globally for numerous NGOs, the UN Refugee Agency, and the US Refugee Admissions Program. Years and years of interviewing refugees fleeing conflict afforded her the chance to hear their stories of also fleeing climate change. Through this, Climate Refugees was born. Welcome, Amali. And finally, Sarnata Reynolds is an expert on human rights and human mobility law and policy. They currently serve as the Senior Director for Human Security and International Policy at CAP, the Center for American Progress, and have advised Congress on U.S. immigration law, policy, and legislation. Sarnata has led coalitions and developed policy with Oxfam International, Refugees International, and Amnesty International, and began their career representing asylum seekers and immigrants in federal circuit court and immigration courts. Welcome, Sarnata. All right, to the questions. So what I'd like to now do is ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves in their own words, their work, and more importantly, their journey at these meeting points, maybe with the backdrop of how this Tech for Humanity conversation has evolved in the last number of years. In your own words, tell us about your journey, and importantly, what drew you to being here? Why are you here? Why don't we start with Michael and work our way down, if that's all right?
Sure. Hi there. So first off, thank you for having me here. I'm really excited about this summit and all the voices here. I'll introduce myself and tell you a little bit about Rest of World. Rest of World is a nonprofit organization launched about 3 years ago. The name Rest of World gets a lot of questions. It sounds a bit glib, but it's actually a reference to how some of the largest corporations in the US treat and name billions of people around the world and the markets in which they live. That includes tech companies who oftentimes refer to populations in places like South America, Africa, South Asia, and Southeast Asia as just Rest of World. So Rest of World focuses on producing journalism about the impact of technology in these markets and in these places. That technology sometimes originates in Silicon Valley, so we cover big US tech and how those products disseminate. And it also covers tech in those markets themselves. So we prioritize working with a network of journalists who are from those regions, in those regions, and really highlighting their voices in documenting this. That's Rest of World. A little bit about myself. I was born in Russia. I immigrated at a fairly young age, but I've always been interested in kind of that outsider perspective. I never really sought to become a tech journalist. I've been a tech journalist for 10 to 12 years. Never particularly interested in technology, but I am interested in how large systems shape people's lives. And it became very apparent to me 10 to 15 years ago that the largest system shaping people's lives is technology. That includes how they work, how they live, how they entertain themselves, really everything. I am particularly interested in this conversation today, and I'm excited to be here because it feels like the conversation has finally shifted towards, one, looking past kind of the Western bubble, but two, towards looking at real impact of the technologies that we're rolling out. It seems like there were many, many years in which risk was just not taken into account when rolling out products. And I think we're finally starting to see a change in that. And I'm
What do you
excited.
think's triggered that, real quick?
I think most of the media, I mean, if there's one event, at least in Silicon Valley, it was probably the 2016 election. I think it was a reckoning for how people thought about technology. No matter what you think happened during the 2016 election, it was kind of a big wake-up call, both for people in Silicon Valley and people outside of Silicon Valley, in thinking about, well, you know, what is the real impact here, who's in control, and what kind of risk is being assessed in these products.
Thanks, Michael. Chris?
Hey, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Great. My name is Chris. I work at the MITRE Corporation, which I realize probably nobody has ever heard of. MITRE is an interesting company. It's kind of a hybrid of sorts. It is technically private industry, but its business is operating federally funded research and development centers across every corner of government. A lot of the technologies that are kind of humming along in the background of our lives that we maybe take for granted today were actually invented or innovated on by MITRE, like modern air traffic control. So if you got here safely or if your flight was delayed, you can thank MITRE either way. I came to MITRE in late 2021, right as the Russians were building up forces on the border of Ukraine. Ever since then, I've been sort of deeply enmeshed in a sort of multi-sectoral, multi-organizational conversation about the role that technology and digital information play in conflict, and I think probably most importantly, in my view, the accountability for things like mass atrocities and gross human rights abuses. As an officer in the military, I had a front row seat to some of these things. The 2013 chemical weapons attacks in Syria were my first mass atrocity event. I played a minor role in the destruction of those chemical weapons at sea, among other things. And yeah, if you had told me 10 years ago that I'd be speaking at a human rights event on the role of technology in our everyday lives, I'd probably have laughed at you, but I'm very glad to be here and very grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. Thank you.
Well, the time has come, and thank you for your service as well. Molly?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think you can all hear me okay. Thank you so much, Virginia Tech, New America, for the invite, and for Sylvester and for Andreen and everyone here for hosting this conversation. So as you heard, I'm the founder and executive director of Climate Refugees. I'm a humanitarian with human rights training. I've spent, a couple decades now dealing with populations that are forced to migrate. Why did I found the organization? Well, would it surprise some of you to know that we've reached global displacement of 110 million people today? That would be the 14th most populous country in the world. That's about 1.4% of the global population. Not all of those people enjoy the legal protective status of refugees. Only about 36 million people enjoy that status. So you can understand then that the vast majority of people are out without legal protection. They're displaced within their own homes even. The climate crisis is increasingly a major driver of global displacement. Yet there are no legal structures to protect anybody displaced through the forces of climate change. The climate crisis is a situation of injustice, where about 7 countries and 100 corporations are complicit, not only in creating the crisis, but in perpetuating it. They do not see the intersectionality or the human rights violations that are at the core of the impacts of the climate crisis. And I would say some of the biggest impacts of the climate crisis is forced displacement. Around 23 million people are displaced by the climate crisis every year. And that is an incredibly low statistic because we just don't have the mechanisms in place to actually know how many people are displaced. And I would say that's more a problem of political will than it is the intent, the systems, the opportunities to know. In some years, people are displaced by climate change more than even conflict, 33 million people. I can say a lot about this, so why am I here today? Because everything I just said juts up against what can only be described as digital borders. The world is inherently xenophobic towards migrants and refugees, so much so that we don't even have definitions for what determines a migrant. We still want to talk about these things as if people are moving voluntarily. What I just described would not be considered voluntary by any stretch of the imagination by anybody who has the means. Poverty is also driving inequality when we have the most amount of wealth and resources in the world today. Digital borders, then, what does that mean? It means primarily the EU and the United States, global north countries who are complicit for the conflicts and the climate crises and all the inequality we see in the world today, are spending 30 times more on their militaries and their borders to keep people out than they are in climate finance, than they are in solutions. So the role of tech has a lot to do with how exactly we keep people out. It's a huge number of violations in terms of data extraction, surveillance drones, weapon systems. What you saw 2 weeks ago in Greece was Frontex putting all of those things into place where over 500 people drowned. The government of Greece and the European Union knew for hours that this boat was in distress and did nothing. In fact, the very tech surveillance systems that keep people out also allowed them to drown. So I think the role of technology and technology companies have a lot that they can say and do to really demand better of our governments. That's really why I'm here. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, Amali. Sornata?
Yeah, hi, everyone. I am also really delighted to be here, both to talk a little bit about some of my perspectives, but also to, start over. All right. I'm really delighted to be here, both to learn from the panelists, but also to learn from all of you, as I hope we have a lively engagement. Thank you so much for bringing me into this discussion. It's something that I have a lot of interaction with and a lot of questions about, and certainly a real desire for some solutions. I work at the Center for American Progress, which is a progressive think tank in Washington, D.C. I focus on human security and international policy. So that basically means I focus primarily on development and humanitarian response, and particularly in situations where migration and displacement, or human mobility, as I call it, are a factor. I am 20 years into my career as well. Actually, I found some little commonalities there between us. And that has, the first time I interacted with technology was after September 11th. I was litigating deportation and asylum cases. And all of a sudden, cases that had gone through already had been found eligible for protection, or people who are now seeking it were being considered terrorists or material supporters of terrorism based on bits and pieces of random data, some of it on paper, some of it electronic, somehow being pieced together to decide that someone was a threat. And ultimately, oftentimes, the vast majority of the time, it was not. But it would take years to actually resolve that. That was the beginning of my interaction, but I think, like you said, migration is one of the areas where a lot of testing happens, a lot of testing that will ultimately be rolled out onto other populations in general, whether here or overseas, is tested first on migration, on migrants and refugees, because they don't have a backer, right? They don't have someone who's looking out for their best interests. So much of, so I keep seeing more and more, and we'll get into that discussion this afternoon. I've always, this is not something I made up, but it's always been true that those who have power also have the authority to decide who eats, who gets health care, who has somewhere to live, and who doesn't. And that's more and more being measured by who owns technology, who wields technology, and then ultimately who decides who gets to live and who doesn't. So I'm here for all of those reasons. I'm just really interested in engaging with all of you, and hopefully coming out of this with a better understanding of how do we start getting to response.
Amazing. Well, this will be fun. So I'm going to ask one more question. We'll go in the same order, but then all following questions will just sort of, whoever wants to jump in first can. So as we descend kind of from the general to things more specific, can each of you illuminate for us a sense of what are some of the bigger specific questions surfacing in your line of work pertaining to human security, human rights, and even human flourishing. What comes to mind when you think about big questions surfacing or themes?
Yeah,
Michael?
so one of our focus areas since our founding, but even more so more recently, is labor. We find that labor is key to human health, to prosperity, to kind of to safety, and specifically talking about gig work in the context of tech. I think that is, gig work as we know it now, whether it's being an Uber driver or a delivery person, is really mostly an export from a US model, and now we've seen it flourishing globally. We've done some really interesting reporting on a company out of India called Urban Company that gigifies housework, which is a massive, massive industry in India that employs up to 50 million people. And what you find in companies like this is a lot of people have found they've entered the workforce in a way they probably couldn't have before. And especially with that company, it's introduced a lot of women into the workforce. But at the same time, what we find time and time again is, although you can find these kind of micro stories of empowerment at a macro level, what you're actually introducing is a lot of precarity, anxiety, stress. It's from this morning we talked about kind of that dual use model, and I think you really see that with gig work, and it's something we're really, really focused on. How do you bring, how do you let people enter the workforce and lower that barrier of entry, but also how do you create a sense of durability and sustainability and respect for workers? That's something that's really critical.
I love that micro macro. It makes me think of just sort of the micro dopamine of technology and the macro, right? And I think that's a really thoughtful way to think about gig work and tech as well. Appreciate that. Chris, what are some big specific questions you guys are?
So we've been thinking a lot about, again, the role that technology and digital information play in not only documenting the historic record of conflict, but also the role it might play in accountability for things like mass atrocities. So in Ukraine today, we have a situation where you've got a highly networked society, very tech-forward society.
Right.
Pre-war population, 40 million people, most of them with a smartphone in their back pocket. I've got a better camera in my iPhone today than I did in my camera 10 years ago. And in a country where the civil society landscape is also incredibly robust, right? Since the 2014, the first invasion of Ukraine, people have been really active in trying to push back against some of the narratives and some of the actions that have been imposed on them by doing things like documenting atrocities, pushing back against the mis and disinformation being pumped into their country by the Russian government. And but all of this really started en masse over 10 years ago in the conflict in Syria. So if you'll rewind with me to maybe the 2011, 2012 timeframe, smartphones were relatively new. The iPhone, I think, was only 3 or 4 years old. Social media, as we know it today, was in its very, very early phases. I mean, it's the Wild West of the internet back then, practically. So you could post anything. So we had this situation in Syria at the outset of that conflict where people were documenting for the first time events that could be considered atrocity crimes and publishing them to the internet. And so people on the other side of the world getting really unprecedented levels of access and insight in near real time to these atrocities as they were happening. And those trends have increased along an exponential curve and have converged and collided in Ukraine in a way that nobody, I think, really anticipated, right? We have now, in the first 6 months of that war, produced more content and data by volume than in 10 years of war in Syria. And so one of the sort of interesting nuances here is the role that social media platforms themselves are playing in this dynamic. I don't think when Twitter was invented, anybody would imagine that it would be the sort of critical tool for human rights documenters to raise awareness and make the world acutely aware of sort of what was happening from the perspective of the user, right? The sort of vital resource in that way. And but we have a situation today where people turn immediately to platforms like Twitter and Facebook and YouTube to do precisely that. And the challenge is that all of that has happened so quickly in sort of the narrative of our relationship with technology, the way that data and information is transmitted to us, the way that we consume it, that there aren't a lot of really good governance principles around what to do with that data, with that content. The social media companies are not set up for this, right? War crimes tend to be litigious affairs, and so Facebook is not in the war crimes litigation business, they're in the ad clicking business. YouTube is more concerned about how much time you are spending on their platform watching cat videos and not whether or not some violent or graphic content is ISIS propaganda or potential evidence of a core international crime that can and will be used in a court of law someday. And so you have not only all of the sort of technical challenges involved in all of that. How do you prove that content is authentic? How do you verify the source of that content? Then there's what to do about how to maintain the evidentiary integrity and the chain of custody of that content. Then you have all of these sort of urgent governance questions like, well, what gets preserved? How does it get preserved? How long does it get preserved? Who gets access to it? Under what circumstances and for what purposes? When, where, and how do you cooperate with what authorities? What constitutes a legitimate authority? Who gets access to that content? And then beyond that, there's also the social infrastructure, the policy, process, and procedure around privacy rights and informed consent. To somebody who filmed a military combatant force bombing a hospital, do they understand their rights and the implications of posting that content to a platform like Facebook? Will they be called at some point to testify in front of an international tribunal as to the authenticity of that content?
Wow.
And so there are a lot of really urgent questions that have emerged. It's a really sort of complex, what we would call a systems engineering problem, right? It's truly an ecosystem of law, policy, technology, and sometimes competing priorities and equities among an incredibly diverse constellation of actors that include both state and non-state actors, right? And so, fortunately, there are a lot of really, really smart people like Shannon who have been trying to address these issues as they've emerged over the last 10 years. There's a lot of really great efforts to capitalize on some of the best practices and lessons learned that have emerged in the wake of things like in 2017, the International Criminal Court issued its first arrest warrant on the basis of content that was posted to Facebook. And so what do you do about that? Right. And so we've been talking to a lot of really smart people, people who are much smarter than I, to figure out what are we, collective we, going to do about the law, policy, and technology at this watershed moment in history where technology is inextricably linked now to documenting the historic record of conflict, and yeah, just what to do about that.
Appreciate that. We keep coming back to Shannon's duality and dual dilemma. Amali, what are some big specific questions you all are asking above and beyond what you shared in your intro?
Well, let me just take a little step back and say that given we have this juxtaposition of more people displaced, a complete lack of understanding or will to understand how many people are actually moving across borders for things that would fall under international protection, even if climate isn't necessarily something that's covered as a refugee context, which I'm happy to talk about. I don't want to take us down another rabbit hole, but that's part of the struggle. We have a bit of a legal gap void issue. So there's this juxtaposition of more people are in need of international legal protection quite plausibly. And we have this struggle of, nope, I want to close my borders, no one's welcome. And who's determining who's welcome, who's not? I think a very good example is to say digitized borders are also based on along racial lines. You'll note that all of these xenophobic policies, let me say it differently. You'll note that all these digitized borders are geared towards keeping brown and black people out. Very evidenced by the fact that both the EU and the United States were able to, the EU was able to craft a coordinated policy for the entire EU when one did not exist after Syria and the Mediterranean crisis that began in 2015, but was able to come up with one in the space of a weekend for the Ukraine. I'll let you think about why that might be. Rhetorical, but if you need to think about it, go for it. The United States did the same thing while Title 42 is in place, which only lifted last month, during the Trump administration of brown and black people who have been living in some of the most squalid and abysmal camps in the world that I've seen across the border from Texas and California. And when Ukraine happened, the executive powers of the presidency was able to tell the Department of Homeland Security, no, please let the Ukrainians in. Now, if Title 42 is a public health policy that was about COVID, then I don't think the color of your skin has anything to do with your propensity to carry the COVID, the SARS-2 virus, right? So you can see that this is about racism. And I don't think we can mince words about that. So when you have the Department of Homeland Security's budget being $30 billion, the largest budget of any US agency, and you have a world in which the climate crisis is creating more polycrises all around the world, including forced migration and displacement, and how borders are upheld through externalizations of borders, through pushbacks of borders, and through actual digitized artifice that stops people from coming in against the backdrop of racialized borders as well, we have a great injustice happening here of certain people are going to pay a much heavier price than others are. And the color of your skin may shift policy, or may not, as the case may be. So let's just take a step back and realize that's the landscape in which all of this is happening. Let me just kind of also give you an idea then. Title 42 lifts. The Biden administration has come in after Trump. And instead of talk about a border wall, an actual physical wall going up, we have a digital wall. Where AI, the use of surveillance drones, robotic dogs, who can be weaponized, who can have AI machine learning technology to make objective, or rather subjective decisions at the border of who can come in and who does not, who might have a well-founded fear of persecution. All this comes under immigration law, US law, international asylum and refugee law, a robotic dog. Wow. This is the world in which we're living in. So we have to recognize that, there's a role for technology to play here, for technology actors. I'll just say that DHS is coming out with, what is it called? I actually jotted it down because I'll have to look for AI Intelligence Task Force. And I read in preparation for this, because obviously I'm working on climate displacement, but this is a huge barrier to progress for me. So I read the MOU, or whatever the DHS put out, and it actually asks for the tech industry to tell the government, to work with the government on how can we make this all more humane. So I sort of roll one eye, but I take the other eye to go, okay, well, there's an opportunity there, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe there's an opportunity to push back and say, listen, these are the inherent challenges we see. And then I'll just kind of stop with, don't forget, to Chris's point, all the extraction that's taking place, the extraction of data, who holds that? And it's not just governments. UN actors, people I've worked for, are doing the same thing. I've worked in many refugee camps where we use iris scanning, biometrics. Why? Because if you want food, you need to give up a certain amount of data. Who holds that data? Where does that data go? IOM, the International Organization for Migration, uses geotagging. Think about what Chris just said about war crimes. If you're a political dissenter and I'm being geotagged, that puts me at risk for persecution. So the very organizations that are upholding migration principles and refugee law principles are also using this technology. So they're also actors that I want to point out need to be worked with.
Can I capitalize?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
I think the one eye is saying that there's an opportunity here. I think that's so important.
Yeah.
I think as these technologies emerge, we have an opportunity to engage.
Yeah.
And to, you have this situation where the government doesn't know best.
Yeah.
And thank God that they're looking to people like you to help inform their understanding of what we're going to build a program either way. So help us understand what a more humane policy looks like, right?
Exactly.
We have a situation, for example, just last year, the U.S. government released its first interagency strategy for anticipating, preventing, and responding to mass atrocities. And so it's like, no, let me help you. Mm-hmm. Let me channel the conversations from people like Shannon who really have the best grasp of what a humane policy looks like, mm-hmm. and let's get on the ground floor and have those difficult conversations about how to do that right and what's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Sornata?
Yeah. Okay. One of the challenges that we have in my field, and I didn't make a connection between human mobility that I work on, but for at least a decade, I've also been working with humanitarian and development response, because migration is some sort of a choice, or it's something forced, but it's the underlying, the factors on the ground, what people are experiencing, whether it's persecution or climate change or extreme weather events or a famine that is actually, or the lack of jobs, or hunger that is pushing them forward. And so I'm bringing that up because I'm going to talk a little bit about prevention and why there seems to be so much technology that can predict what's happening, and then so little to actually make politicians and policymakers actually do it. And I'm not sure what that even looks like. I don't know if it's like AI tickles or like what it is, but there's a real gap there that I'm really interested in. I did want to talk about something, so this dual notion of it can be used in positive ways and negative, and oftentimes in the exact same situation. For many years, I worked with Rohingya people, who are a stateless community, a Muslim minority community that is from Burma, but is increasingly not there anymore because they've been going through ethnic cleansing since the 1970s. In 1984, they were denationalized, they were stripped of their nationality, and there's been sort of campaigns of ethnic cleansing ever since. I started working with them when there was a campaign in 2011 and 2012. They were incredible organizers through social media. They were able to warn each other of whatever sort of amalgamation of state force was being used. They, for example, many of you might remember that there were thousands of Rohingya stranded in really between 2012 and now out at sea. But there was a particular event in 2014, I believe, where there were thousands on boats. I was working very closely with some of the camp leaders at the time, and they were actually calling from their cell phones in the sea, saying, "This is where we are, pick up our GPS, you'll find us, we're here." And of course they were found. They were found by people who worked on the ground, who actually, the Rohingya themselves and some of the people who worked in the region. There were journalists picking up the stories. There, of course, was governments picking up the stories and knowing where people were. But even still, as you were talking about, there was an unwillingness to actually protect them, to actually rescue them. A lot of times it was a leaky boat. This was also happening while governments were well aware that Rohingya people on these boats were being killed on the boats, were dying of starvation, were dying of dehydration, were dying of, if they made it off obviously of drowning, and if they made it off the boats, many of them were actually ending up being trafficked. Governments know the sites where people get trafficked. That's not an unknown. It's just an undone. And so it was this incredible juxtaposition of the technology existing, it being used in some ways that are positive. And then they also used it, for example, I think the Rohingya are incredible organizers. There was a census in 2013. The government had said it would allow the Rohingya to identify themselves as Rohingya. But then a few days before, about a week before the actual census went through, the national census, the government said that they would not allow that anymore. There were 134 ethnic groups in Burma at the time, and they decided that Rohingya wasn't one of them, that they would have to say that they were what's called Bengali. They organized themselves all throughout Myanmar, all throughout Rakhine State, which is where they usually live, to boycott the census as their statement of, as their objection to being made invisible, both with the Burmese government, but also the international community who was paying for it and who kept saying it's not fair for them, but wasn't actually doing anything. That did stop everything in its tracks for a little bit. I'm not going to say it was a good, it ended out great. It didn't, but I was incredibly impressed with their ability to so quickly organize around social media and other platforms while they were displaced, while they were, very much isolated, and where their connections to each other was only through these social media platforms. And that was super fast. it's obviously been used by the government as well. They used it to incite ethnic cleansing and genocide, and people have different legal interpretations of that in this context. We have one of the foremost experts here, Susan Benish, on what does genocide prevention look like in a context like this when you know it's happening, but again, there's no follow through. Like, what do you actually need to do to prevent it beyond knowing that it's going to happen? That seems like the threshold issue. It's what happens next that is more important. And so that's an example there, but it also comes up with food security. There is an incredibly powerful ways through technology to predict famine, to predict drought, to predict extreme weather events, to predict any number of factors that undermine people's security and oftentimes force migration. That is not a problem. More than 50% of all disasters are predicted. Right. But again, it's the follow-through that becomes the problem. And so I'm hoping to look more and more at that as time goes on, and just, how do you make that connection with technology? Is there a technology that can make that connection?
Well, your point about follow-through makes me think of Jen and her book, which is all about follow-through, and we'll come to that later this afternoon. So it is a Tech for Humanity Summit. I have a couple of questions for you all about the human protagonists involved in some of these stories. But before we go there, I just have a question for you all about bright spots, and this is up for whoever wants to jump in. Sort of in your experience, and some of you have touched on this in talking about dual dilemma, but what conditions have tended to yield positive outcomes, be they cultural, economic, public policy, the people in the room? How do we not leave to chance, so to speak, Tech for Humanity? Is there a way to generalize the atmospherics and conditions that tend to yield better use cases, better products, better the kind of adoption we're looking for? Just curious what pops to mind when you think about bright spots and there's a way to generalize. Anyone can jump in.
I guess I'll go first.
Sure.
I think one thing that, in terms of a bright spot, it's a little late, but I think there is a willingness and at least an attempt to regulate the impact of technologies, whether it's on the labor market, whether it's on misinformation, whether it's on the impact of AI or harassment or anything that it could be. I think there was a good 10 to 15 years where everyone was kind of stuck and either waiting for these things to play themselves out or feeling like, you saw a lot of government actors feeling they weren't capable of taking any action, right? And I think in the last 3 to 4 years, you've actually seen, I'm thinking about local and regional legislation around gig workers and cab drivers and Uber drivers, right? And guaranteed minimum pays. That's a really specific thing, but it's something that simply nobody was willing to do for a very, very long time. And so you're starting to see that happen. I hope that can happen a little bit more quickly with AI, because I think the impacts are going to be intense. They're going to come very quickly. And I don't think anyone is quite prepared to mitigate them, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. And we talked a little bit about, in preparation, we talked a little bit about Sam Altman's tour of the world in which he's talking about AI, and ultimately what he has is a forum to talk about the wonders of his own technology. Right. And you get into these contexts where you have Congress people asking Sam Altman, will he join a panel to assess the risk of AI and help craft legislation? Well, this is somebody selling a product, right? And we need to kind of get ourselves out of that mode as quickly as possible. And that means educating ourselves. It means educating our policymakers and holding them to a higher standard. Then, you have Congress people who don't understand what TikTok is, right? And whether TikTok exists on my phone or in the internet, you just have these insane conversations happening. So we need to educate ourselves quickly, and I think that's starting to happen.
Yeah, it makes me think that the conditions that yield positive lean-ins are sort of the slow-moving train wreck has led to people caring, but the way they care is maybe a bit amateur. Anyone else want to jump in on this question of sort of conditions that lead to?
Sure. Okay, so I want to say I want to talk about two things. I think there's an opportunity for, I think progress can happen through the opportunity of harnessing storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
And this will, I think, naturally happen if we only make the room for marginalized people to tell their stories. Intersectionality will come through loud and clear. We live in a multilateral system that thinks things are very siloed, right? You can only move and have international protection if it's conflict or persecution. As if we don't live in a globalized world where to the things you're talking about, gig economies, and okay, great, we can create jobs, labor migration pathways, but maybe the person coming from a developing country is going to say, why is my only choice to come and pick your cherries? If we don't understand why people are moving, and that a system of protection that was designed after World War II, which was only supposed to apply to Europeans, and had a temporal limitation as well, still exists. The temporal limitation and the geographic limitation had to be lifted, because in a post-colonial world, we have, the global South paying the heaviest price for the impacts of colonialism, for the impacts of the climate crisis, and yet we have a structure that only recognizes that, maybe I need to welcome you only if you're fleeing conflict. Conflict that I want to recognize, that I define, right? So we have an asymmetry of power. And what's missing in humanizing, what's really happening, is inclusion. And before we can even get to inclusion, we have to get to representation. The people who are on the front lines of all of these crises are not represented, either in the public landscape or in the policy fora. I was just at the preparatory UN climate talks, and I literally would walk around every day and try to pick out people of color who seem to be in positions of influence and or impacted populations. That was a big zero, by the way. So it's a problem. Now, then I think about the world of tech and how we have access to information like this. And I've worked in, 20+ countries all around the world in conflict zones. And I haven't met a refugee yet who didn't have a smartphone, right? It's refugees that told me that climate was driving their displacement. It led to the founding of Climate Refugees 8.5 years ago. And I heard that while working with people who are fleeing wars. Now imagine if you're fleeing a war, but you're more prone to tell me about the drought than you are about the militant actor who violated you on all these levels. It said to me something about, why are we only hearing what we decide is the narrative? So storytelling through, mobile technology access is key to changing the conversation, and to changing the conversation from the very few powerful policymakers who are dominating the conversation. And that conversation tends to be very global north and white. So if we want to shift it, we have to find ways in which we can bring, through technology, the stories to people. They don't have to come to a fora. They don't have to come to this tech summit. We should be able to beam it. We should be able to have a conversation of inclusion. That's one. Secondly, then that's how we'll get to a point where, maybe we'll start to make some headway. It's taken about 30 years for the UN human rights community to get a UN special rapporteur on human rights and climate change. And that just happened last year. That was driven by the Global South, primarily Pacific Island states. And Ian Fry is his name, who's a fantastic person. Climate Refugees has provided a lot of inputs into his work. And just yesterday, 2 days ago, anyway, his report is out, and Ian Fry is calling for a new legal protocol for the protection of people displaced across borders by climate change. Now, I think that's great. That's huge. It's the biggest breakthrough we've had in a really long time. But how are we going to move and shift that needle from a conversation entry point to actualizing it? It goes back to my first point. Let's bring the people in that will say to you, I can be displaced and impacted by poverty, conflict, climate, and they're all connected. This is what human security looks like versus border security. And if we want to shift the value being border security supreme all, human security is subjugated to that, I think we have to find ways to include people in the conversation.
Your reference to the power of storytelling reminds me of why I love Rest of World so much, because I think, one, we may need other Rest of World-like media platforms that narrate the world we want to see, but it makes me think of, Imagine Tech for Humanity was a media property, a media platform, and I think platforms like Rest of World have moved the needle forward from a stories we hear and voices we hear standpoint. Does anyone else want to jump in on this sort of question of what conditions tend to yield positive outcomes around Tech for Humanity?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit too. I mean, this is the good side of some of this prediction work. Climate, all of the different factors, climate change, conflict, and hunger often go together in most of the world. In fact, 90% of the world's conflicts are happening in the areas most highly vulnerable to climate change. They're connected. Hunger, of course, is very much connected to both, as is migration. So there is an incredible capacity to do these predictions, and I think particularly with food and famine, or the different classifications of food insecurity, that's really important. And there is the capacity to look at what is going to happen to the climate in East Africa, for example, now and over the next 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 years, and then what kinds of fertilizer and crops do they want to bring in that is actually will be sustainable for them and driven by what science and the communities say, rather than what so the donors of this fertilizer and seed has in surplus or wants to give because it's a new profit opportunity for them. So I do think that it is powerful, and it could be used. It is being used in some ways that are incredibly important and go to human security. It's there's always that other piece of it. The first of all, what's the response? Yeah, and who's in the response? But also, how do you incentivize big ag, or how do you incentivize big tech to allow others who are directly impacted, or others who are parts of communities, to actually dictate or at least help direct what's going to be used, where, and when. There isn't an incentive for that because that's a human security incentive, and the incentive that drives, obviously, business is profit. So that's a challenge and a concern, even while we are able to predict these things. If it's agribusiness going in to say, well, we'll build this new crop, and then we'll sell it to these communities, and we'll patent it ourselves, they're still stuck. They're still having to pay for this new seed that was built directly for the climate in which they're going to be living, but they can't access it.
Well, I have one more big picture question I'm going to ask you all, and then we'll turn it over to you guys for a few minutes of questions. So, we at Virginia Tech, we're a university. We're in the business of training people, young people in particular, who are going to be in rooms where this happens in the future. And so my question to you all is about the people in the room where these things happen. What have you noticed are the hallmarks of people who tend to have an eye on the human condition when wrestling with big questions that involve technology? And what should we keep in mind, as a university, as a community, when we train the next generation of product managers, entrepreneurs, CEOs? Again, how do we not leave these edge cases to chance? When I was at Twitter and at Google, to my left was an MBA, to my right was a hard-charging engineer, but I was kind of the humanities guy, and I felt alone and different. And it's why, a quick plug, we at Virginia Tech have launched just recently the beginnings of an executive degree in the humanities for rising stars in the technology landscape. I think many of you would be great candidates for that, by the way. It's called the Institute for Leadership in Technology. But part of our response to not leaving to chance who's in these rooms in 2033, who's the product manager on a big product, is to ensure that they are surround sounded, so to speak, with an awareness of the human other. And, but I'd be curious what you all have noticed as you've sort of reported on or worked with or observed that person in the room who's sort of at that conference who sort of gets it. What are they like? Who are they? And how do we find and grow more of them?
I'll go first. I think it's important. So one of the dynamics that we've certainly seen, and shameless plug of my own, we launched a newsletter called Exporter, and it's about the export dynamic, especially out of Silicon Valley, right? It is creating the world in your own image, duplicating a system that you've built here, and with the assumption that your system is going to work for everybody,
Right.
and that it should dominate. I mean, it's a colonial model that persists, right? Except, rather than political powers, it's tech power. So what I would say is, in order to kind of move forward, to succeed, it's really important to inverse that dynamic. It is really important, at least from a journalism standpoint, to have people tell their own stories, to recognize those voices and what they bring, not just in the model that you've already built, but in their own proper models. And kind of giving as much platform to those communities to tell the stories is kind of, at least from where we sit, it's critical to, I don't want to make it it's not in the effort to build a successful product, although I suppose you could use it towards that end, but it's really to kind of build a global understanding that is more textured, that is more dynamic, that is more true to people's experiences. It's a critical starting point.
Yeah, it just makes me think about how do we cultivate sort of a global citizenship among the tech class. My moving abroad with Google and Twitter was sort of serendipitous and sort of led to me feeling more public spirited and soulful. But how do we not leave that as an edge case? I love that. Any other reflections on this, Chris? Were you going to jump in?
I can, but if you have something to say, go for it.
Sure. I think if I could boil it down to one thing, it's that your formal education will only take you so far. I am not ashamed to say that I have only one degree from a large public institution that isn't very well ranked or anything like that. I grew up in rural Texas, literally the middle of nowhere, an hour and a half in every direction, any form of civilization. And through a series of accidents and tragedies, I have traveled the world over between now and then. I have been to Haiti, to Ukraine, to Thailand, just about everywhere in between, and seen and experienced some of the deepest, darkest, and most desperate places in the world. And I am convinced that I have learned more in that time and in those experiences than I ever did in university. And so I think it's you learn most about humanity when you're confronted by humanity in its most visceral forms. And so to the extent possible, our education, our royal hour, right, must include those experiences, and how do you learn from those things? And how do you synthesize those experiences into things that develop your character, your perspective on the world?
It's beautiful. Thanks, Chris.
Well, this is great because, Rishi, when you asked the question, 2 words popped into my head, which Michael and Chris have just touched upon, so I'm really encouraged. My 2 words were lived experience. I so agree with both my colleagues here, and especially what Chris just said about if you literally, but through tech, we don't even have to literally widen our world, right? Not everyone has that privilege and opportunity. Now, I am an immigrant. I think all 3 of us have this thing of kind of coming from born in one place, raised in multiple, and not really having roots, right? Which has lent it, and a lot of instability, displacement myself, which has lent itself very well to working with, migrants, asylees, refugees. But apart from that, that was just the entry point. What the work has allowed me to do is grow and learn in knowledge from displaced people. And I'm constantly humbled by the learning opportunities I have from the people that we're quote unquote helping. You know, a case in point, my organization is founded because it was refugees telling me, hey, talking about environmental degradation, climate and drought, and I'm going, yeah, but there's a war. Let's talk about the war. You know, so it's an opportunity. The one that has like not only informed me as a person, but has also informed my organization, Climate Refugees. All the work we do in moving policy and practice forward has been through the lens of, am I, you know, are my inputs grounded in, this is what this community told me, while safeguarding confidentiality and anonymity, which are just important to me coming from refugee work. You know, like I talked about the UN Special Rapporteur, the report it was glorious to be cited, not just because it was cited, but because what was cited were things I learned in Somalia, right? Because this person told me this. You know, the same thing has happened. 2 years ago, the Biden administration said they wanted to create a climate migration policy. It kind of got sidelined. Last week, State Department is saying, we have a new approach. They're actually going to apparently roll out a new approach. I wrote a report in about 5 weeks, and I did everything I could to try and make sure, does this represent what people have told me? You know, not that I shouldn't be a conduit, but since that's all we have at this point, that's what we can do. But what I'm saying in this world of tech actors, you know, let's go a step further to see how do we include people, you know, and their lived experience in all of these fora, you know, not encapsulating it in some fancy dialogue, but like literally planting their words so we can go from representation to their inclusion and shape the conversation.
I just start with, I'm also an immigrant. When I go home, it's to Northern Ireland, and so that has given me a good ear for when like people who come from other countries should be helpers, not developers.
Yeah.
And that obviously we all know happens too often. And I'm just thinking of an example where it could be, you know, if the right people were in the room, if the people experiencing this were in the room, there could be a good technology response. And that's, and again, this is probably with a little bit of naivety about technology. But I just think of people who are migrating here. So obviously they rely a lot on smuggling to, and not just here, anywhere in the world that has decided they are going to keep out brown and black people systematically. So they use smugglers, and smugglers have taken great advantage of social media and just, you know, networks of communication to supply misinformation and disinformation to refugees and migrants who are trying to find somewhere safe to live, somewhere that they can sustain themselves. It's all over social media. I mean, it's everywhere. You can find routes, you can find prices, you can find, you know, family-based versions, you know, LGBTQ-based versions, you know, literally catering to your specific set of, you know, identities or needs. It's all on social media, and it works. They also will say you can get into the United States on Tuesday, but you can't get in on Thursday. Or the same happens in Europe or in other parts of Asia, other parts of the world. And there isn't a counter to it, really. I mean, the counter is what's happening here, but it's the smugglers who are actually reaching the people who are en route to try to find somewhere to live safely. You know, what would it be like to actually talk to people who are en route, or people who are, you know, in country who are thinking about going? I mean, all of these conversations actually happen and over again in many different places, but they're not making it into policy makers. Good, it's on. Sorry, it was not on this whole time. I apologize to people online if you couldn't hear me. But yeah, so all this information is gathered by, you know, international NGOs, national NGOs, local NGOs, and regional NGOs, lots of UN agencies collecting this information, but it never makes it to the desk of the policymakers who are actually developing the policy, that include tech policy, to counteract this. And so it's not counteracted, and in fact, it's proliferating on social media. And I mean, for me, it's such a good example of why you need to make sure that people who are actually experiencing it are in the room and are developing a response to it. I'll stop there.
such an inspired set of responses. It reminds me of, there was a time I was pitching an unnamed founder of one of the tech companies I worked for on visiting one of the rest of world markets that I was responsible for. I said, you gotta come, in part to give this founder some deep empathy for some of the local issues we were wrestling with in the market. And his response was, well, Rishi, I travel through the internet. I don't need to come. And it just sort of reminded me of this sort of dual dilemma we've talked about, of sort of the complacency that we can all have with these tools to feel global, to feel human, without really having lived a full human experience. And so thank you for that inspired set of reflections. So now over to you guys. We've got about 15-ish minutes for some questions, and then we'll wrap for a break before our award ceremony and this afternoon panel. Second one. Who's got a question? Yeah, just jump in.
Great, thanks. Thank you, first of all. This is a wonderful discussion, and thank you for hosting. So I have a question about digital authoritarianism, which hasn't come up yet. I work in a sort of niche sector of international development called digital development, where right now there's a real trend to invest in digital identity systems, digital payment systems in low-income countries. And the development promise of this is really, really exciting and potentially sort of transformational. But the focus is really very much on the technology without thinking about human rights and the safeguards and guardrails. And the kind of global conversation tends to be between like the US and China. And it feels as though this is falling into a gap. And I'm just wondering how, from your perspective, you guys would think about empowering people in a time of growing autocracy, when the digital age is also rising, and as was said at the beginning, technology is neither good nor bad, but never neutral, right?
I can start if that's, yeah, I mean, this is actually something that's worried me too. It's not something, I should just say, I'm not working on this at CAP, so this is not CAP's perspective, it's mine. Because I look at it as like a surveillance issue. In my area of work, surveillance is used all the time by different governments, by obviously through tech businesses or institutions, with basically no check on it. More and more migrants and refugees, even when they arrive in country, are put on some sort of an electronic tagging if they're not put in jail. One that's quite common here right now is called SmartLink. You're given a phone, and oftentimes, obviously that's an incredibly valuable piece of equipment. If you didn't lose it or break it on the way, the one you've left with is probably not working too well anyway. And it is tracking every single thing that you're doing at all times. It can hear you. It can, listen to what, basically you're talking about the food you're eating, the people you're talking to. It can connect to every single person that you're connected to. Not directly, but indirectly, because they have this equipment. That is not regulated at all. And again, as I said in the beginning, migrants and refugees are often the testing group for what happens after that to a broader segment of people. So it's so worrying to me, and it's very common here now, but not just here. Also, I think about it being used against human rights defenders. And I think one of you had sort of had brought that up a little bit.
Geotagging.
Yeah, geotagging, exactly. Again, what if through this equipment, the technology that's being used, again, it's not just you they're tracking, it's all of your friends who are human rights defenders. It's all of the people that help human rights defenders to get out of situations when their lives are in danger.
That you're traveling with.
Yeah, exactly. It's a much broader connection. Even the one for you, there's no action. You don't give consent. You don't even have knowledge necessarily. And yet there's this incredible machine that's run by humans determining which parts of this we want to select, for example, to create a case against you. And it doesn't even have to be in there. It can be created circumstantially. And this is something I did see happening after September 11th. Obviously, the technology at the time was much more rudimentary, but we were still, like, I would have individuals who already had asylum who are now being brought back in because now we think you're some sort of a security concern, and I can't see it as a lawyer. And you can't see it as the person that it happened to. And I had a case that went for years like that. The person was in detention the whole time with all secret evidence. We were never allowed to see any of it. And when the person finally, we kept winning actually, and the government kept appealing. And when the person finally gave up in detention, they were picked up at the airport upon arrival in the country that they were from and had been seeking persecution from. Because they probably also had access to some sort of information that allowed them to know, we can pick you up right there. That's very easy for us. That's.
Question over there.
Well, sir, I want to.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go for it.
I think a lot about war and conflict, probably a little too much. But the war in Ukraine is somewhat unique in modern history in that you've got sort of an outside actor imposing their will by force on another actor, right? Most of the contemporary conflicts since World War II have been interstate, or intrastate, rather. Just last week, earlier this month, I was at a conference where we were hearing from a human rights activist from Myanmar, who was telling us that his cell phone and Twitter are the most critical tools that they have in documenting the atrocities that are being committed against him and his people by his own government. And the government knows this, and so they've shut off the electricity and the internet in this part of the country for 2 years now. And so they take pictures with their cell phone, they hop on a moped, they drive over treacherous mountain roads to get close enough to the Indian border so they can tweet out photos and videos of what happens when the military shoots artillery at women and children who are fleeing a super typhoon that they didn't even know was coming because they didn't have access to the internet. The government didn't see fit to tell this ethnic minority that there was a storm that was going to kill hundreds of people bearing down on their tent city, right? And in the midst of all of this, he's telling us that his nephew was 2 days prior to this event arrested, tortured, and assassinated by the regime. And that is the fourth person in his immediate family who has met that same fate in the span of a year. And so I say all of that to illustrate the point that these technologies and answering a lot of these urgent questions about the role that technology plays, for example, in accountability for mass atrocities and gross human rights abuses, are often directed at authoritarians and the governments that are perpetuating violence against these marginalized communities. And it's, again, I don't think when anybody sat down and said we're gonna make something and we're gonna call it Twitter, that they envisioned 10 years down the line that somebody would be using that for this very, very important and very specific purpose. And so I think the challenge that maybe you're issuing in the form of your question to all of us is to, what are we doing to think about those secondary harms and the tertiary implications of these designs and these products that we are making. I want to give a shout out to our friends at Witness who have an entire wing of their organization that is dedicated to driving that conversation about the potential harms and consequences of these technologies of AI and how those might be used by authoritarians to undermine the truth and things like that. And so, we all maybe need to be doing a little bit more of that and empowering the organizations like Witness that are sort of dedicated to that purpose.
Just real quick, because I know we don't have a lot of time. 2 quick things I want to say. Remember that all of this can happen in the darkness of cover of national security. Yeah. And every government uses it. And just to maybe give it a slightly different perspective from what Chris just said, I wanted to say earlier too that remember it's not just the receiving state that we need to think about of whether are they authoritarian or not. I think it depends on how you define this, the beholder. I think it's highly authoritarian for the EU to be making deals with, first it's Turkey, then it's Morocco, now it's Tunisia. All these deals are development, technologies, et cetera, to keep people out. So the EU doesn't have to uphold its international legal obligations, right? The United States is no different. Miles before you get to a US southern border, you're being surveilled, whether you're a citizen or not. For example, the EU can extract data from migrants that EU law does not allow it to extract from citizens. So I'm sorry, I would find that very authoritarian, right? So it's not just the receiving state that we need to think about. Oh, are these authoritarian governments? I would look at the host of who's providing that information as highly authoritarian practices.
Questions? Did you have one? Yeah.
I did, but now I'm mulling over the last two comments, and I have so many other questions. I wanted to, so let's put a pin in having more conversations later. I wanted to go back to getting to all of your collective knowledge around the accountability and enforcement around when these technologies go awry. So as you know, some of these technologies are built by government, but they're technically built by private sector because we use contractors for everything, but some of it's done in-house. Mm-hmm. And so for those of us who have less of the cross backgrounds on what that really looks like when you go after the point of harm, how do you determine which actors to go after, and what is the landscape of our laws, and which groups are actually accountable, whether it's a government entity, a vendor, a subcontractor? How do we think about that?
Yeah, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, it's great. Great question.
This one is particularly salient for me because we think about social media companies in particular who inadvertently and accidentally find themselves in the position of hosting a lot of this data and being forced to adjudicate decisions about, is this ISIS propaganda, which is violent, or is this somebody in Myanmar or Ethiopia who's posting content that is also violent and graphic in violation of terms of service and user agreements, and then what to do about all of that. But in this conversation, we have this almost pernicious tendency to focus on like 3 companies in particular. But it's not just those 3. Mm-hmm. It's the people who make the phones, it's the people who provide the broadband, it's the people who own the networks, it's the people who operate the servers, and literally every piece of it in between. This is kind of, I glossed over it when I said inextricably linked, but like every link in the chain has a role to play in this now. And so determining accountability, who is responsible, is really important. And I would say that we have a role to play in that, right? We collectively empower people like Elon Musk, for better or worse. And so the consequence of that decision is that the entire human rights wing of an entire company got shut down. And we are now reaping the consequences of those decisions. And so, it goes beyond just our policymakers and government officials. It's holding industry accountable as well.
I'll just jump in quickly. I think this question is like a really, really critical one. It's really at the heart of this conversation. I think one of the traps that I've seen, especially from journalism after the 26 election, was you can hold a company accountable, but that can also be a trap, right? You saw actually journalists being like, well, check out this group, right? This group isn't supposed to be on this platform, and that group isn't supposed to be on this platform. And in effect, it became overwhelming, especially if you were in journalism, because journalists were actually being asked to moderate on behalf of these companies and in effect do the work that these companies should have been doing themselves. And so I'm always a little bit skeptical of how far we can hold the company accountable without proper legislation and policy making at a higher level, because I'm never really going to trust the company to work in our best interest. A lot of times moderation is contrary to a business interest, right? If Meta doesn't see a valuable market in country X, they're not going to put that much money and resources into moderating and making sure that's like a safe market for them. They're going to hope nobody notices, right? And then somebody might notice. In the case of Myanmar, it's a huge problem for them. They say some nice words, they might allocate a few resources, and then they hope people forget. So I think there's a real limit to how much we can trust these companies to moderate themselves and regulate themselves.
And then maybe I can just add one more thing on that. I agree with all of this, and just to pull out that these are also systemic issues. So who is accountable isn't probably one group or one business, or kind of some of what you were saying there. But it also, so much of the time, particularly in this area, but I think in general with oversight and accountability and justice, it's the lowest hanging fruit that gets charged, or that gets penalized, and the system continues onward. So an easy example is just with smuggling. when they're cracking down on smuggling is usually the local person who is a smuggler, who's well known in their community maybe as a taxi driver, but has been criminalized. But the organized crime up here, no one's touching them. And I worry about that with tech, that we would see fit to penalize, I don't even know who's the bottom of that system in tech, but to penalize that actor and not go after actually this bigger system that is a matrix across everything that we do. I also have no idea how you figure that out, but some of you may.
We have time for one more question and a lightning set of responses. Go for it.
Thank you all. I really appreciated this discussion. I had a bigger question that kind of trickles down, and I'll try to be quick about this. I'm curious, if you were to write a digital bill of rights for migrants right now, what are some of the affirmative and the negative rights that you would want to see? And then more specifically, especially when we're talking about geotagging and surveillance and vulnerable migrant communities who frankly don't have a choice to really consent when it's life-saving resources on the other end. What's the pitch that you make to the UN, to IOM, to DHS, practically, not just the moral imperative, to get them to switch, to get them to make better choices?
Okay, I'll take a stab. There's not enough time to give this quite amazing question the weight it deserves.
That's what happy hour is for.
See me after. Okay, so lightning, top of line thoughts. Okay, one, UN actors. Just because I'm in need of humanitarian assistance doesn't mean that my rights have to be eroded, i.e. iris scan biometrics. I've seen instances in which a mother does not have her child anymore because technology failed, right? It happens all the time. These actors need to recognize that this is not a hostage situation. You need to provide me opt-outs and other ways of doing this. We certainly have done this before, technology, through paper, through a ration card, etc. So that should be in the Bill of Rights. If I was talking to DHS, government, etc., I would ask a very fundamental question based on US law. Why is a credible fear interview at an asylum, someone seeking asylum at a border entry, in the hands of a policeman? Immigration and Customs Enforcement. That is not an asylum officer, right? Why are Department of Homeland Security has multiple agencies within it, one also being United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. Why aren't those actors at the border? Why isn't that your first point of entry? Why are you leading with security, right? And I would point to US laws and apparatus that exist that are by design not being used, and push back on why is that? Get to the heart of that, and it becomes really hard to wiggle out.
I think informed consent's also a really critical piece. Do people really understand what data they're giving up and what rights they have to the use of that data? And so this is something we think about really carefully in the context of judicial accountability in particular. So if somebody posts a video of an alleged atrocity to Facebook and somebody else pulls that data down, does the person who created that video have a truly informed understanding of what their content is going to be used for and what their rights are to that data, their right to be forgotten, for example? Or do the people who are depicted in that video, what are their rights? And so I think we always kind of come back to this question of informed consent, and how do you, in the traditional sort of human rights setting, you would take a year to develop a relationship with somebody to impart a truly holistic understanding of what their rights under an informed consent banner would be. And so informed consent is what I would add.
Great.
I could just go
okay.
Just wanted to add that because so much of this, it feels like we won't get there, but something I think we could get done is chain of command. So if surveillance is going to start in any form or shape through technology, there has to be a record of what entity, what person, what information was gathered. Like all of it has to be recorded so that if some sort of a case or situation comes up, at least, and then provided, at least the person has an understanding of what happened and where did it happen, and are there breaks in this chain? Are there assumptions being made through this technology that don't bear out? So that would be something affirmative that I'd like to see.
Great. Well, we'll leave it at that. Thank you all for joining this panel. Thank you to our panelists. And I began the panel with the word generosity. I also want to thank the Luce Foundation again for today. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, if that works for everybody, and we'll be back here just after 3:15 for the presentation of the first annual Tech for Humanity Prize and our second keynote, and then the second panel. Thank you.
All right, lovely. Well done.
Are you ready? Good? You want me to talk some more? Is that all good? Some more? Robert Smith, Blacksburg, Virginia. Here's some more. Professor of Practice, Calhoun Discovery Program. Let me tell you more about Boeing. Good. Hey.
I'm Laura again.
Robert?
Yep, out of the TV.
Out of the TV.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, check. Do you have your mic?
Yep.
Oh.
They got me all
I'm
done.
doing this one.
I think they're doing something else first, though. So.
Yeah, it was just not all.
Okay, no worries. That's loud. So stay quiet.
I heard it fine.
Hello, hello. Yeah, we can hear it, and so can everyone else. Perfect.
For draft.
I'm gonna unmute it now. Your floor.
Yes.
Now, I guess right on the, if this could go like inside a little bit and
Okay.
then come out right about there, just above the second button. Facing out. Let me
Yeah.
just. Oh yeah, it will be that side. Hang on, let me switch it.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
That sounds good.
I might. You turn the, you.
Say something?
Yep.
Okay.
That seems good to me. Thank you.
So testing for the levels. Again, for getting back here from the break now, and also we're very appreciative of the engagement with the previous panelists. And so now we turn to part of our program today that we've been very excited about. We're here in collaboration with our partners with New America, the support from the Luce Foundation, because we've been examining ways that a comprehensive approach to technology that is focused on human-centered outcomes can actually get put into effect. And we wanted to celebrate this year, for the first time, an extraordinary individual whose work has left an indelible mark on society. It's with great joy and admiration that we present this afternoon the inaugural Tech for Humanity Prize to an exceptional leader, an innovator, and an advocate for public interest and civil society, Jennifer Palka. Jennifer's journey in the world of technology has been nothing short of remarkable. Throughout her illustrious career, she's demonstrated an unwavering commitment to leveraging technology for the betterment of humanity. Her visionary leadership and her tireless efforts have ignited transformative change that make her a true champion of progress and social impact. As a founder of Code for America, Jennifer pioneered a movement that harnessed the power of technology and civic engagement to address some of society's most pressing challenges. She recognized the immense potential of connecting the expertise of technologists with the needs of local governments, bringing about innovative solutions to improve the lives of countless individuals. Under her guidance, Code for America has fostered a culture of collaboration and civic responsibility that empowers communities across the nation to build digital tools that can drive meaningful change. Jennifer's vision extended beyond the technical realm. She recognized that technology alone is not enough. It has to be fused with empathy, with ethics, and innovation that truly drives progress. And her unwavering belief in the power of human-centered design has inspired a generation of technologists and policymakers to prioritize the needs of the public, to ensure that the benefits of technological advancements reach every corner of our society. Through initiatives such as the Brigade Program, Jennifer mobilized an army of civic-minded individuals who dedicated their skills and knowledge to building tools that improve government services, that increase transparency, and that strengthen democratic processes. And her infectious passion for public service and her ability to bring people together to pursue a common goal have created a lasting legacy of collaboration and civic engagement. It's for these exceptional contributions and her unyielding commitment to the public interest that we take time this afternoon to recognize her work. The Tech for Humanity Award represents the highest recognition of Jennifer Polka's remarkable achievements and serves as a testament to her lasting impact on society. Through her work, she's helped to redefine what it means to be a technologist, because that can't simply be equated with only technical things. And she's reminded us of all the immense power we hold to shape a future that is equitable, inclusive, and just. Jennifer, your unwavering dedication, your unwavering commitment to serving the public, and your steadfast belief in the transformative power of technology inspires us all. Your efforts to bridge this gap between technology on the one hand and society on the other have paved the way for a more transparent, a more responsive, and a more accountable future. And in addition to those changes, you have inspired and you've empowered countless individuals, diverse communities, and organizations to dream bigger, to reach further, and to aspire to create change that perdures. You've also just released a new book, Recoding America, which all of you should have a copy of, because we have copies here for all of you. If you've not yet gotten yours, do get one. It's right out here. Recoding America, why government is failing in the digital age and how we can do better. It has already earned high praise for offering both circumspection and constructive insight for advancing social justice and public interest by reimagining how government might work in a technological age. So today we honor you with this Tech for Humanity Award. We express our deepest gratitude for your extraordinary contributions. We salute your courage, your vision, and your unwavering commitment to using technology as a force for good. Your work has not only made an impact on many lives, it's also a wonderful example that needs to be elevated and lifted up. So congratulations to you, Jennifer Polka. We hope that your journey continues to inspire us all. In fact, we know your journey will continue to inspire us all to push the boundaries of what is possible and to work tirelessly in a world where technology can actually serve the public good. We thank you for reminding us that when we combine technology with empathy, when we structure it with ethics, and when we deliver a commitment to the public interest, the public service, that we actually do have the power to create a brighter and more equitable future for everyone. And so this is an award that is the first of what will be an annual award, and it has 2023 Tech for Humanity Jennifer Polka in recognition of service to humanity through technology. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And you can put that in here when you're done.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sylvester. I was already very humbled to get this award. I also, sometimes when you're talking, I'm not sure who you're talking about. But, and I had, in preparation, written a whole speech. And then I got here and felt even more humbled by the panel that was just happening, and I decided to throw it out. There's a saying that when you're writing a book, you have to believe that what you're writing is the most important thing in the world. And then, and I do believe it's very important. And then you walk into a room like this, and the heaviness of the human suffering that is being talked about and the things that we need to grapple with weigh on you. And I wanted to sort of pick up on some of those threads that I heard earlier and reflect a little bit on
the work that I do in that context and that others do. Particularly when we were talking, or when you were talking earlier about the difference between what we say and what we do. That is the core of the book that Sylvester so kindly pimped for me. Appreciate it. It's that we value and we pay attention to policy, and we don't value and pay attention to the implementation of that policy. And that is where we get human suffering and not the outcomes that we intend. When I was researching the book, I realized something that resonated with one of the panelists said, which is that value on policy over implementation also comes from colonialism. When I was working in the White House trying to help stand up the United States Digital Service, I was really surprised, even knowing how slow government works, to see how much resistance there was to have people who do implementation in that building. It's the most important building in the United States. It's where the power sits. And you would think, especially in the wake of the healthcare.gov initial failure and ultimate success, that there would have been more excitement and energy and enthusiasm for bringing in the kinds of people who helped bring that site back. And I felt that, but when I researched the book, I found that I was not the first person to experience that, or the first time that we had tried to get implementation into the most powerful parts of our government. One of those times was in 1995, when 2 members of Congress asked the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget in the White House, to take on responsibility for digital strategy. And they said, no, thank you. That's operational in nature and inconsistent with the policy role of this institution. And I realized, oh, that's what I was feeling. That's why it was so hard to do this, was that there isn't a value on that. In this important building, most important building, we will do policy. And I showed a draft of this chapter to a friend of mine who'd started the government digital service in the UK. And he said, yes, what you're talking about derives all the way back from the British civil service, where there was a clear distinction between the intellectuals and the mechanicals. And when you talk about digital as a way to support people, what they are hearing is that you're bringing mechanicals into the building where the intellectuals are supposed to be. And I think that ultimately, what I was trying to do with this book was express how damaging that divide between policy and implementation can be. But what is the antidote to that? Well, again, the previous panel talked about it. It's getting different people with different voices into different conversations where they have not been. In the book, I tell a story of an amazing public servant at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services named Yadira Sanchez, who, after the failure of healthcare.gov, which she helped with, she's faced with being part of the team that will implement the next policy that comes to them after the ACA. And this is to make value-based care more effective. So they want to reward doctors better for better quality care. And that's very hard to do. If you're going to reward them based on quality, you have to collect a lot of quality data. And they're already collecting quality data from these doctors, but it's very difficult. The doctors are furious and just very frustrated with the ways in which they have to give this institution their data. They feel like it takes a lot of training, it takes a lot of software, and they feel like they're submitting it into a black hole. So when they hear there's a new policy coming down and the system will change, they are on the verge of revolt. They're threatening to stop taking Medicare patients, which would degrade the quality of care instead of improve it, which is not what the law was supposed to do. And what Yadira and her team start to do is to say, I need to have a voice in how this is going to happen. Even if we make a website that stays up 100% of the time, if it doesn't make sense to a person, we're going to lose. We're going to lose here. And the first thing that they realize they're going to have to ask doctors to do is say, are you an individual practitioner or are you a group? And there are 9 different definitions of a group. And I think an average team might have said, okay, well, that's complicated and we'll code it up. And they said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to have to work to resolve those. And they tried to get down to 1 definition so that it would be that easy of a choice, but instead they just got down to 2. But the line that that team used over and over again, and I hope people will remember from the book, is, I get that it's complicated, but it has to make sense to a person. I happened to be recently at the Department of Labor in New Jersey, where a wonderful designer was redesigning all the communications that people who apply for unemployment insurance get. If you've ever done this, there's a lot of communications, email, letters that you get in the mail, and you may not understand what it's asking you to do. Janice Cho was just rewriting them one by one to try to help people know how to get through unemployment insurance when ChatGPT came out. And she decided to start putting those letters into ChatGPT with the prompt, help me rewrite this for me so I will understand it better. And of course, she did what she was doing before, which is she took that, went back to the policy people and said, is this accurate and understandable? And they would revise it together, and then she would make the call to action big and bold and do all those things that make things make sense to people. But I bring that up because we are entering this new era where the sort of tech for humanity world is going to have to deal with these new technologies. And my hope is that we use them to do what Janice did, which is make government make sense to people. Government is wildly complex, as evidenced by the just one little slice, 9 different definitions of a group. I have many, many examples of that in the book. And what I hear from people is, great, now that we have AI, the AI can deal with the complexity. And I fear that AI will let us off the hook for making government as simple as it needs to be to make sense to a person. We want a government for people and by people, and I don't think for algorithms and by algorithms is really what anybody intended. Really, I think that why I bring up Yadira and Janice is because in the spirit of Tech for Humanity, they are working in those spaces in between, which is what Rishi said to me about the program that he's building and what Sylvester is doing with this, is finding those spaces in between. And I just want to acknowledge, this is part of what I originally wrote, and I wanted to say, is that those spaces in between are harder. They're harder than when you can just be in one box. And they're harder in part because of all the ethical things that we've talked about earlier today, all these considerations. And I think when you're in one of those spaces, everyone asks you, what's the solution? And it's, I believe it's not really a problem to be solved as much as it is a condition to be managed. And in our work, and I'm looking at others in the room who I know do government technology work, one of the tensions that you will always be stuck between is between agility and stability. And we're known for wanting to bring agility to the work because it's gotten too sclerotic. But we also value the stability of government and the stability of a democratic system. And we are constantly going to be making trade-offs in order to get that. And we're constantly going to be making trade-offs between the need for greater state capacity so that government can do what it said it would do for people, and the need to constrain government so that it's not doing things to people that we don't want. And again, there's no solution to that. We will all always be dealing with that tension for all of our careers. So that is why I made the dedication in my book to public servants everywhere, don't give up, because this is hard work. And by public servants everywhere, I think in this context, I mean everybody who works in the public interest, whether you work for government or not. And that's what I'll end on, really, is it's hard work. It always will be. That is what we have chosen. But I haven't given up after those years, and that's put me in a position to feel incredibly honored to get this beautiful award and this recognition. And I want to thank my longtime friends at New America I've worked with for many years, and my new friends at Virginia Tech. Actually, I've known Rishi for a very long time, too. But I want to thank you for this, and thank you for spotlighting the people like Kathy Pham and Janice Cho and Yadira Sanchez who do the work, because that's who I am accepting this award in honor of. Is it in here? Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, and let me give you this. You can.
Okay.
Just right in there. You can put your award in it.
Oh, put the award in it? Okay. Just the back, okay. Okay, we got this. We got this. Don't give up. We got this. Thank you.
Thank you again. And so our next panelists are going to come up now, and we will invite them to take the seats here, and we'll turn to our second last panel of the day, which is examining some important issues of human rights, some important issues of the future of work, and looking at the way this elevates the importance of equity and dignity for a global workforce. So please come on, and you can take your seat here. So we have the bios for all of our speakers and panelists today that were given to you. You have that duplex sheet that gives a quick bio. I'm going to ask our panelists to give us just 2 or 3 sentences to introduce yourselves and in just a moment as we move into our conversation. But this panel that's examining issues of equity and dignity in the global workforce within the context of thinking about futurity. The future of work is very important. It's something that triggers different conversations and terms that we've all heard much about. When you hear things like automation or upskilling or obsolescence or generative AI, it's amazing to think just how much has shifted in conversations about even labor and other issues of work skills since last November. Remember way back then, when ChatGPT first came out. And the conversations that emerged were, in some ways, newly inflected by a particular attention to a set of companies that are creating generative AI products. But in another sense, we're not entirely new, actually, but raising concerns about who might be displaced from the productive labor economy, about what skills might be automated reliably, and what does it mean to be human at a time when more and more capacities or skills can actually be done, at least to some level of competence that's useful, by software. There are other issues that also emerge when we're thinking about the future of work. It's not simply that work functions as a way for people to earn a paycheck. People find meaning in the work that they do. There are issues of conditions of equity that have to be considered around the kind of work that people perform. Just because new skills and jobs might become possible doesn't mean that they provide the best conditions under which people might work. The conversations around so-called gig work are examples of how people have debated those terms. So we have 3 people today who are joining us to talk about some of these issues, who bring very rich and insightful experiences and ideas about some of these issues. So I'll ask you to just give us a few sentences, just introducing yourselves, and then we'll move into this conversation, and then we'll end with some engagement with you, our audience, with some Q&A.
I know we're right at the end of the day, but this is probably one of the most top-of-mind conversations that I think we should be having when we think about the folks who are not in this room, right? The folks who are being impacted in working at the different levels, not just in the US, but abroad. My name is Lilibeth Genghis. I'm the Chief Tech Community Officer of the Caper Foundation. Our work is really centered at the intersection of racial justice and technology. And we do programs, we do research, we do strategic grant partnerships, and we also now do more advocacy and policy. So to the points that were shared earlier, understanding the barriers and understanding how we can really tackle those at a systems level is really important, but it has to be informed by the community. And so for us, our work is really grounded in the lived journeys, being able to bring the folks who are the most impacted to be the ones at the center of the solutions. So I speak from my own personal experience of being an immigrant coming from Bolivia, growing up in a single parent home, all these stats, right, that we read, but eventually I was able to find the technology sector, and I became an engineer, and it really just opened up a whole new world of economic opportunity and mobility for my family. And so I'll share some of those journeys and experiences, and I've had to myself also upskill myself continuously. So I'm in like my 5th career transition at the moment, and it's a continuous learning experience as well.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Laura Maristani. I'm an independent consultant as of about a month ago. I'm the victim of technology companies collapsing. I was most recently at what I thought was my dream job, helping to do a lot of the work that Lily was just mentioning around empowering local communities to come into technology economies and build technology economies outside of the urban centers that we're used to seeing them in. So I don't consider myself Latina in tech, even though I guess I am. But I come from the democracy building world and the civil rights world. Before coming to the growth stage startup where I was at, I was doing the easy work of trying to figure out how do we bridge divides across America at Democracy Fund. And so a lot of that work also helping to drive me towards the work in helping communities really anchor themselves around building those digital economies. So I look forward to the conversation today.
Thank you.
All right. I'm Robert Smith. I'm an executive technical fellow with the Boeing Company. So I've worked lots of different programs inside Boeing, from things that work in the ocean to International Space Station and space launch system going to the moon. So, but at this point, I'm part of this unique group of people inside Boeing that are developing a curriculum and teaching a class at Virginia Tech. And in collaboration with Sylvester, we're starting a new class in the fall. And the core of the class is exactly on point with what was just talked about. It's not about technology necessarily being the solution. It's about understanding the real problem, understanding who's involved, that there's a person at the beginning and there's people at the end that have to accept that and use it and has to have benefit. And how do you get students to think about that, look at these complex problems, and not bring their favorite technology as a solution, but understand what is the right thing. And the core of that class is a great thing. We call it discovery thinking. And so we're trying to implement that across the university through different departments from the kernel that we've developed over the last 4 or 5 years at Virginia Tech. So it's a real interesting thing. We have complex problems. We work in complex problem space. We're a global enterprise. We run into all these issues all over the place with our supply chain and what we're trying to do. And the technology is not the answer. The hard thing is the integration. Whether that's integrating pieces or people and different systems together to get an outcome you want. So that's what I'll see if I can offer some insight to.
Thank you very much, Robert, Laura, and Lily. So I'd love to hear each of you explain what is top of mind for you when you think about creating a future on which technical systems are combined with people, with humans, in ways that changes the capacity for labor and to do so efficiently, and also what that might suggest about issues of equity and some of the issues of dignity.
Definitely. I think I can start. I think the suggesting part is a part that this group here and the folks who may be watching, we've seen a lot of data, right, of just really acknowledging the racist structures that we operate in. And so there's only so much you can do to improve if there's no actual redesigning of the systems. And I think that we're really at that cross-section now of, one, being able to educate those folks who may not have that understanding, and being able to really understand what's at the core and be as honest and transparent as possible to acknowledge what those systemic barriers are. And at the Caper Center, the Leaky Tech Pipeline report was published in 2017 that looks at it from what are those system barriers that are applicable in K-12 education, for example, where the zip code that you went to school matters if you were able to get computer science education. Where if you look at what are the alternative pathways to get into a tech employment, because we're all tech now, right? Coming out of the pandemic, we saw how it's so ubiquitous in our everyday life. But what are we doing to create more alternative pathways? Maybe a 4-year university works for some folks, maybe 2 years is the way they get in, But what are the continuous ways to get folks the jobs that they need to be able to stay in the cities, as you shared earlier, that are being impacted by gentrification? As we've seen with the data that shows around tech jobs, it's 8 million plus. Even though we've seen some of the layoffs in the big tech companies, there's actually an increase in tech jobs when we think about all the sectors that are now digitally enabled and really need the talent. But if we also look at some of the outdated ways where, for example, degree-based requirements actually take out 78% of the Black talent, 82% of the Latino talent in jobs. What are all the alternatives? What are the new ways that we're really assessing the talent in this ever-shifting world, right? And now with the backdrop of AI that feels like it's moving so fast, I've been in that space, in the corporate space, for the last 10 years. So I've seen these centers of AI, excellence of AI when I was at Accenture and Booz be developed over the last 7 to 10 years. It may feel really fast for a lot of our everyday folks who may not be so close to technology, but the companies have been developing. The question though now is, how can we leverage the opportunity there to really close the gaps of access, of opportunity, but also looking at the reskilling ways, the accreditation, but also looking at who is getting the upward economic mobility. So at the end of the day, we want to focus on job creations, and good job creations, good mobility, because we want to be able to allow folks to have that opportunity where their zip code shouldn't determine whether they got that opportunity or not. It's really being able to have them have the opportunity to have the skills continuously to be able to become that entrepreneur, right? And so that's part of the, and I'll close it off right at this part, which is with the Caper Center, we look at it holistically from K through 12, tech pathways, all the way to tech entrepreneurship, as well as venture capital and investment. And this is where the folks who may be at foundations, I encourage you all to take in that step of looking at not philanthropy, but looking at as investments. We have so much power to look at ourselves as LP investors in a lot of these different ecosystems that really need the support. So I say for top of mind is the entire ecosystem, and we need it to be holistic, but we need to make sure that it's also inclusive and looking at the emerging techs in a way that it's adaptable.
Thank you, Laura.
So many things that we could say. I'm going to start with, we are seeing historic amounts of dollars that are flowing to communities across the country, supposedly. So the federal government has approved so many different sources of dollars, whether it's American Rescue Plan dollars that are trying to support responding to the pandemic, which we know a lot of the issues that occurred during the pandemic were related to technology or lack thereof, more so. And then we're seeing historic investments in infrastructure. And as a part of all of that, we hear everywhere that workforce is a priority, that diversity, equity, inclusion are a priority, that environmental sustainability is a priority. The fact is that on the ground, that doesn't translate to dollars. It's not translating to actually empowering communities. So I've spent the last 2 years working with communities across the country, what you would call underrepresented, underestimated communities. And the challenges are much more practical things, technical things. Mayors are afraid of using the dollars. They don't have the right infrastructure to be able to report back on them. It's things like that on the implementation side, to what Jennifer was saying before, is where we're having a lot of the bigger gaps. There are, just this week, the federal government announced over $42 billion going to communities for broadband infrastructure. What that looks like on the ground is a one-sided strategy that is really, really focused on getting high-speed internet to folks where they haven't had access before. And of course that is important. You can't do anything unless you have access to the internet itself. But the challenge is that there isn't a long-term strategy around it, despite the fact that there are a lot of dollars for it right now. But we're not seeing them, to Lily's point, we're not seeing systemic approaches for them. So what ends up happening is we end up strategizing to deliver on what's right in front of our faces. And meanwhile, we're not really thinking through what does it mean to develop a local workforce that can not only install that infrastructure, but that can maintain it long term. A workforce that can support developing technology locally, that understands what the challenges of particular communities are and is able to respond to that with solutions that are culturally appropriate, that represent middle America, that represent the communities that have been traditionally left out. And so within all of that, despite the fact that we see historic amounts of resources going in, we also see increased anxiety, increased polarization, because a lot of those same communities are so disconnected, literally, that they will say, I don't even know how to use my phone. And you're telling me that I have to figure out AI? What the hell is that? And so I think it's deep. It isn't that challenging, though, because if we think about it as those things we talk about over and over again, empowering, reskilling, upskilling, there are many programs out there that work. Apprenticeship models, for example, how we are able to scale that across communities. Paid internships, working with community colleges. All of those things are there. It's a matter of trying to bring the right cross-sector partners in to build. I want to close with, recently I've been thinking a lot about the concept of workforce investment boards. So we tend to rely heavily on workforce investment boards when we're thinking about this topic of workforce and how we think about future economies. I think we need to evolve, right? So we need to think about technology investment boards, because often if we pack workforce into some checkbox that needs to be checked, the priority will always be the deliverable, right? Whether it's a bridge or it's a platform for the city government or it's chip manufacturing. So if we are able to more holistically align to support long-term thinking at the community level that can be backed by dollars longer term and not just the one-time infusions that we're seeing, perhaps we can push for more systemic approaches to a lot of these issues.
Robert.
Boy, there's a lot. But I can tell you from a perspective of an industry corporate partner, we've seen all that stuff too. And we end up dealing with it in a little bit different way. One of the focuses of the program that we're developing at Virginia Tech is really to give the instruments to the individual to be able to recognize these things so that the individuals can try to overcome some of this stuff. But if you can understand that problem space and have an awareness to be able to look at all those things, then maybe they can be some of the people who can try to find a better approach that can help address some of those things. More specifically on workforce today, I've been involved in several, I would call it government-funded entities that are government industry collaborations. And workforce development has been a part of all that. One of the organizations that I'm on the governing council for, they have developed a real workforce thing that goes into a school, engages with students, has them do a thing over the course of a week. We have a pitch competition at the end. They just get all excited about this and learn things and actually then start to think, I never thought I could do that, but I think I can now. That's a very empowering situation. But the majority of the rest of them, it's, oh, we got a facility somewhere and we put some equipment in it. And if you want to come down here, we'll train you or something. But they're not engaging with the community and teaching people stuff. So it's a very real thing that the checkbox is build a structure and put some stuff in it and have a board. But don't go engage the community and do anything. And it's just like, what's going on there? Why is that happening? We were talking about this a little bit beforehand. They're surprised that there are places where we can't find people to do the types of jobs that are required. And a lot of those are because they're defined by the government about this certain skill level, there's a certain certificate needs to participate in this kind of thing. And some of that hits us on government programs. And we're having to go out and train. We're doing apprenticeship programs ourselves with a third party because the community colleges aren't doing it. It's not something that folks come out of a 4-year degree program and are able to do. It's part of how technology has evolved and things are happening. A lot of it in a cybersecurity space that the education system just hadn't kind of caught up with or kept even with. So those are all a lot of struggles that are out there. It would be great to try to address, and that's some of the things as part of the space that we're in with the program we're doing with the students is think about some of these big, wicked problems. What's your perspective on how you might solve this? Let's go through this approach we have so you're thinking about the need, the people that are on the front end and the back end, what might you provide as a solution? Because one of the key things we try to get across is it's not about creating new technology, it's using technology in different ways, and it can be existing technology. You don't have to understand how your phone works to be able to use your phone to do important things. That's a piece of technology. Everybody's doing something cool with it all the time. Do you know how all the parts inside? No, let somebody else worry about that. How do you use that in new ways to overcome some of these barriers and some of these constraints that exist in the system? That's the thing that helps us get there.
Yeah, so all of you have mentioned just now different aspects or issues with workforce development and the relationship between talent, people, human capital, human beings, the need for people to be able to participate in the labor economy, the challenges that often exist in recruiting people to things. So I think most people, or almost anyone who has been on hiring efforts since the pandemic started, knows that it has become an incredibly strange and complicated environment because of the unevenness between what's needed in the hiring side and the talent that's out there. There are lots of conversations happening, some within, but certainly outside of academic institutions, about what might change, sometimes by tweaking and sometimes drastically, to allow people an on-ramp into these positions. Some companies have said, you don't need a college degree anymore. We're going to do skills-based hiring. And in fact, that will help us to be more equitable in allowing people to participate in having a profitable employment. And then there's this larger question of, that we started out with, I think, Lily, you mentioned that you've had to upskill recently because things keep changing. And we've had before an idea of, I'm going to graduate from high school, I'm going to go to college, I'm going to learn what I need to know so I can get a job, and then I'm going to retire at age, whatever, 65, 70. And in reality, things keep changing so fast, but it doesn't seem like it's the case that most of our educational institutions are calibrated for those changes. So I'm just curious from each of you if you could say more about what you think is perhaps a really important strategy that needs to be leveraged to allow us to make it easier to get people into positions as we are facing a more complicated future of labor and work.
Definitely. I think it's internal and external, right? I think internally a lot of the companies, and I'll speak from when I also used to work in corporate. I used to go volunteer to do recruiting, and I had the whole spectrum of interviews and requirements and the job description. I think that there's a lot of opportunities for the employers themselves to really look at, is this really what we need? How are we also adapting our own internal policies to reflect the needs, right? And I think being able to look at programs such as apprenticeship programs to provide a way to help just right size the skill base, right size the programs, maybe there's a department that needs it, but you may not have the investment. As an example, the Caper Center, we did our apprenticeship toolkit where we participated and brought in a set of some of the big tech companies, right? And we're like, yeah, y'all are $1 trillion. Let's get the folks the jobs. You talk about these commitments, and then we get to see the scale that they're working at. And then we get to see who actually has the buy-in, who's actually deciding it, right? And so if it doesn't start at the top, at the C-suite, with a very intentional, and it's not a D&I effort that they want to check the box, but it's actually looking at it as an investment. The majority, at least in the US, the majority of the population is going to be black and brown. It's going to be multiracial. We have to have a different way to engage the talent. And these are also your future customers, right? And if you don't have folks who reflect on all the processes of your organization, you're naturally going to miss out on the talent and the innovation that these new workforce are going to be bringing. As an example, as a Latina, the Department of Labor, we're expected by, I think it's 82% by 2030. It's going to be, the new workforce is all going to be Latinx identifying. But the part that we need to double click on that part is that we actually have an Afro-Latinx population that's currently rising. So how are we looking at addressing some of these areas that maybe are not so able to be better the way it was before, right? These are changing demographics. We're digging more into the humans, into the way they identify that is outside of those boxes that used to be checked out. And we can't let those boxes be the things that eliminates the potential for talent. And I would also go into a further part of looking at the justice impacted community, right? For whatever reason, the last few months I've been actually engaging more into that side, also learning more about the the youth that actually ages out of the foster care. And so when we think about what was brought up earlier, what are some of the communities and the talent that's been at most risk, that are really, a lot of the times when they are left without programs, there's no other safety net for them? What are ways that we can actually really address and bring back some of the population? Because they've also been impacted by a lot of the systemic racism that we've seen across their lifestyle. And there's an example here where I want to share about Block Power, because this really brings it home, which is looking at Block Power is full transparency, Caper Capital company that invests in helping make new buildings be greener, more sustainable. And as they're doing that, they're actually focusing on public housing. And as they're going in there, they're also creating internet access. And as they're doing that, they're also helping create new workforce that is specifically working with the formerly incarcerated talent that wouldn't otherwise get an opportunity for high employment, for an opportunity to progress and actually gain skills, learning about LiDAR technology, learning how to apply augmented and virtual reality into a way that is also helping their local communities get healthier, right? And so I think this level of investment and empowerment, but it's also shown through dollars, right? It's shown through their progress in their own life, I think is an example of something that can be both. You're continuously upskilling, you're working with the populations that tend to be the most forgotten, and you're also looking at creating new ways to apply and create these new opportunities that are just different, and you have to build the capacity. And lastly, for that example, this funding actually came from the city of New York when they were trying to reduce their crime or violence rate that was surging, right? And they're like, we're actually gonna help you do that and create a safer town, but we're also gonna create a greener, we're also gonna create a more equitable, we're also gonna create something that is empowering, creating also local economic development. And so I think that that's an example where you can kind of put all the different pieces together, but if you don't have that intentionality from your CEO, from the top, when you get to the execution that we were discussing, it's not gonna pan out. And so just, I'll pause there because there's so much more I can cover, but I don't want to take too much more space.
I think that yes, and when we talk about technology, we tend to get really big really fast. So I went to an engineering school. I did not study engineering. But a lot of it is we're driving towards, working at Boeing or working at the big tech organizations in Silicon Valley. The reality is that the path there should go through our communities. It should go through the places in America that don't have technology. And how then do we build systems that are training folks in those communities? They're not gonna go straight from coming out of high school into an engineering job, but we don't all need to be engineers. We need folks that can build platforms for our micro businesses. We need folks that can educate our local schools around how CRMs can help them sort through their student populations and reach parents more effectively. And we need moms that are building those platforms for those schools, right? So that they are the ones that understand what it means to not be able to find your kid's teacher information when you need it, because the website is super old and it has incredibly old infrastructure that is also, by the way, not cyber secure. Who is building that technology? Who is focusing on that local infrastructure, that grassroots technology that we need? These are the folks that we need to be focusing on, because those first steps into the pipeline are going to be what then starts to scale their ability to upskill into the bigger opportunities, whether it's, again, working at Boeing or doing work with chip manufacturing at Intel. We see a lot of that. We talk a lot about the pathways, but we're talking about pathways for one level of people, and not really thinking through just the gamut of jobs that we're going to need in the technology ecosystem. And it's not only technologists, it's political scientists like me that can focus on the human side of technology and how biases have an effect on the technology that we're building and how AI responds to different questions, or different people that look and sound different. You know, I was at South by Southwest, and it was very funny because I had this company come and grab me and say, hey, I want to show you my product. And the guy has this laptop and puts it in front of me, and he's describing to me, oh, we have this system that, like, you know, it maps out your face and it can tell, it will give you feedback on how to do job interviews more effectively. And he has his laptop in front of my face during this, and the thing says, in bold letters, annoyed. And I'm like, hey, your thing says I'm annoyed. And the guy is like, no. And then he switches it to my colleague. Your thing is biased. Like, it thinks my Latina face somehow. I'm perfectly fine here, but it thinks I'm annoyed. And so, I mean, no surprise, right? Like, I could see the two founders there that had built the technology, and there were no women there, right? Like, there was that. So really going back at it, like, yes, we have to deal with the pieces around what is a culture that supports alternative programs into technology. We have to work with all of that, but we also have to look at the small steps to get there. And those small steps, by the way, in a local community are high-wage jobs. Like, a technologist that is building a platform for the local school could be earning upwards of $60,000 in a small community, and that's a lot of money, right? In Puerto Rico, for example, where we have a very low level of digital capacity, there's a lot of other issues there aligned as well. But again, how do you start to think about reskilling and upskilling into those opportunities so that you can start to develop a technology ecosystem, and then those folks can rise up to go and into the larger technology companies, into a lot of the bigger technologies, and again, go through the system as they're kind of upskilling. So that I think is an important piece of it. And going back at it, paid opportunities. So we can't expect folks to come to work for free. We can't expect folks to come and learn for free. The very reason why we're talking about alternative pathways into the workforce is because the cost of higher ed is steep. And it's not to say that when someone makes it and they have a little bit of more of a salary, they can come back into higher ed. And we see that over and over again. But we have to be able to provide opportunities that are paid from the onset, especially for folks that are transitioning, criminal, justice impacted folks, moms, single moms, veterans, all of those folks that bring a plethora of experiences into the workforce to be able to have those on-ramps, and later on, they can come back.
Great. Robert, can you also weigh in here, because I know we're talking about the different ways that we might optimize this effort to do workforce development. I know just because you and I have had lots of conversations, Boeing does a lot of this, and you've of course thought a lot about it and have been involved with it. Are there one or two things you've seen to be especially effective at optimizing this effort to really make workforce development, bring in the talent, and also do it in a way that meets needs on the community side and also on the company hiring side?
Well, I don't know. So one of the things that we try to explain to the students that take our class that I think is an important thing when we first begin the class is we throw up a chart of here are the top skills that people are looking for out there. There's 25 things. None of it's a degree. There isn't mechanical engineering. There isn't this degree. There isn't that degree. It's different skills. It's being able to communicate, collaborate, work in teams, be innovative, be creative. Those are a lot of the core things at the heart of the program that we're trying to work with the students on, to think about that. Because when you come into the enterprise, when you come into Boeing, people we hire, we have lots of folks that come through college. They may understand a discipline because that's what they did. They may be engineering. But then they can't work with other people. They may have a 4.0, maybe a 4+, whatever. But they can't communicate with somebody else. They don't know how to talk to them. Even the same type of degree from different programs. They become, then they struggle, and they get frustrated, and all these things happen. And you know what? The job we drop them into, I'm not really sure they needed that degree anyway. They needed some other skill. And they really need the skill to be able to communicate with each other. So some of these things you talk about, like the apprenticeship programs, some of them we're participating in is We bring you on board as a Boeing employee. You go to school for 6 months, learning the apprenticeship, and then you come to work because you got a job. We do a thing with labor in production environments. It's the same kind of thing with a community college. You have a job at Boeing, and you go to school part of the day, and then you come work at Boeing. You're learning and earning as you go along, and once you get your 2-year degree, well, maybe then you can go get a 4-year degree if you want to, those kinds of things. But it only serves a small segment around where those areas of operations happen to be. So that the big disconnect, between what, and I have this challenge, I'm having this challenge right now that I'm talking to our human resources folks about, same sort of thing. Well, we need a lot of people that can do software. Okay. But only computer science does software. Wait. Everybody's doing software now. There are kids that graduate from high school that have done it on their own and are better software performers than people that graduate with a 4-year degree. Well, why can't we give them a position by looking at the skills and the capability that they have? But that's a hard thing to overcome inside the bureaucracy and that's inside the corporate organization also, the same way it lives everywhere else. It's things you have to overcome. So, those challenges are trying to change some of those barriers, remove some of those constraints. And the small piece that we're trying to propagate and help to move across different schools and different regions that Boeing's involved in is this curriculum that we're developing, because this class that we're doing with Sylvester, this is going to be in liberal arts. Because you know what? We need not just engineers. We need business people, we need policy people, we need psychology people, we need people that have a broad base. Because when you get inside and we're trying to resolve issues inside the corporate environment, we have people with all these kind of backgrounds. And that's what getting all those people together and having them be able to communicate together and speak the same language, understand what each other's saying, that's how you get to overcome some of these things. So on a small scale, we're trying to do those things inside the enterprise. It touches all these same bases, and how to facilitate that better for the larger population. It's a tough nut to crack. Hopefully a student in our class will figure that one out.
If I could just add a
Yes, go ahead.
plus 100 to that part, because I think one of the other parts too is there's a lack of data transparency, right? And this is where I think the role of policy is really important. Where, as an example, right, in California, we passed a law where now you can actually, the salary that you had, it doesn't have to be a barrier for your next role anymore, right? And so there's, I think, opportunities for leveraging some of the data transparency for internal policies to make sure that who is getting the promotions, what's the pay rate, right? How are they getting a proportional, equitable increase? Who's getting, and this is where there's a lot of investment going into HR technologies, and now everyone's an AI company and all of but there's a lot of fake news in there as well. However, it's, I think, a very important time and opportunity to really look at the discrepancies of inequities, right? That foster whether you're starting in your first job, who gets promoted at what rate, who doesn't, who's getting the opportunities that actually allow you to get the next promotion, right? And making sure that that we're thinking about it throughout the whole experience. But I think externally, I think that's where the role of, as you shared, the workforce boards, I'm ready for a whole new reinvention on it, and making sure that we're also thinking about the role of policy at the state level, at the federal level, to also make sure that the dollars are coming for a lot of these investments, get to the folks that really need it, and there's an outcome, that there's a metric that we're looking at. So I think, just wanted to add to that, because I think it's, especially coming from an employer, a lot of the times on the other side, the folks who are like, well, we need the employers to be here. Well, I'm letting folks know, he shared it live here, so we got some data points.
We're going to go to our audience for your comments and questions for the panelists in just a moment. But before we do, Laura, I was wondering if you could actually say something that you referred to briefly about the fact that you went to an engineering school, but not to study engineering. You were doing political science. And you were indicating the need to have actually a range of different, sometimes non-technical expertise in a technology environment. And Robert, you were gesturing toward the same thing, that there's actually a range of skills. When I still hear messaging about to young people about getting ready for the workforce, however, right now, most of what I hear is still learn to code and it's math and science, even though I'm also hearing a lot of complaining that is targeting our tech companies, accusing them of not addressing democracy, for example. But I've never heard our leaders telling our young people, well, make sure you study democracy so you can help our country. So I'm wondering if you could say more about that from what you're seeing, and either what's working or what you think needs to shift.
I'll give you a personal anecdote. So my brother is younger than I am. He's the STEM major at the house. He's an ocean engineer. And as he was growing up, and I said this to all my family and anybody who would listen, you need to do an internship with government. I don't care what you're studying, go do an internship on Capitol Hill, with your mayor, with your whatever. Like, just work at a government entity. Because no matter what, you're going to have to navigate the system. So my brother didn't do that. However, he had me as a role model, of course. And it's interesting because he is working on very large scale projects to save our coasts. I like to say my brother is the savior of beaches, and he is. And a lot of that work actually involves him going to educate mayors and a lot of city government officials on the importance of undertaking those projects. Folks that don't understand why their fisheries are not, dying off. And my brother is actually doing a lot of that educating and is helping them navigate things like Army Corps of Engineer dollars so that they can drive resources to their communities to even be able to contract with his firm to do the work. So it is super important to be able to have that variety of skills going into technology, because they're going to be critical to be able to not only function effectively in your firm and hopefully shine, be able to drive resources to do the work, but it's other things too, like what we were just talking about in terms of the other skills, right? So how do you navigate people? You can't just be, yes, there are some people who are okay, working the numbers and doing all that, and that's perfectly fine and needed. And there are roles that are going to require having that interdisciplinary approach to it, whether it's what we call the so-called soft skills, engaging with folks. But I think one of the primary ones when you talk about democracy is understanding, right, the history of the communities that you're engaging with, understanding the system, because at the end of the day, that's what it is. The policies are the system. They are the things that are going to stand in your way or not to do the work, to be able to advance in whatever realm you are in. And I think that for me personally, that has been my career advantage, right? So I am a political scientist. I grew up, my dad's an agronomer, my mom's a teacher. I grew up learning, little pieces of what all these other folks, all the engineers around me, all the agronomists around me, and then being able to understand that they can't really do any of that work unless they have a me that understands the system. And that's what I've been doing, right? In technology, in the organizations that I have worked with, thinking through that. How do you remove the barriers so that, how do you change the policies so that we can do more of the work more effectively?
So let's have you respond to some of the questions from our audience, and also there's some comments. So go ahead, Ralph, and then Nathan.
Thank you. This has been fascinating. There's a lot of echo. Is this okay?
You're good.
Okay. Yeah, there's been, this has all been wonderful. And one of the things I'm sitting with, so I'm so glad you brought this up, Sylvester. I'm glad you said what you said about, these kind of, what I'm hearing is that the onus is put on others, right? Students, right? So you said the students who can't communicate when they've not been taught to communicate.
Right.
Right? They've been taught, as you said, Sylvester, to get these to just code, right? And then they get out there and somebody says, well, you don't know how to communicate, right? From people who are saying this to them who also don't know how to communicate. And so I'm wondering, and I would ask the panelists to kind of help me think through, reflect on how some of these companies, not to put you and Boeing on the spot, Robert, but some of these companies like Boeing, which have caused the problems that they're now asking their employees, their students, and so on to solve, right? The tools that they're being asked to develop and given to solve are for problems that the people asking them to solve those problems created. And I like the point that Lily made about this, there needs to be this top-down, right, approach to solving these, as Laura, you pointed out, these systems issues. So I'm sitting with, you know, I'm all about tech for the future. I'm all about all of these conversations we've been having. Yes. And yet, I keep coming back to how we're being asked to solve problems, how to be innovative, be creative. All these things we're being asked to do by the people whose lack of innovation and creativity cause the problems. And in the keynote that we heard earlier, right, Shannon's wonderful keynote, which I really, really enjoyed. But I come back to this question of a company like Twitter, like Alphabet, like Meta, right? These companies, which it's no surprise that the first thing to go is the Human Rights Division or something like that, because those were extraneous to the mission anyway, because these are for-profit companies. So how do we, one of the things that we've been talking about throughout this conference is how do we get ahead of problems, right? Instead of asking people to come up with innovative solutions to solve problems that have already been created. I'm still sitting with this. I'm not satisfied.
I'll go a little bit more on the investment side of the house, because how do we get a Twitter? How do we get, you know, a Facebook? There's investors, the VC investors, but how do these VC investors get their money? There's LP investors. A lot of the LP investors are also pension plans. Sometimes they're in university endowments. Sometimes it's literally our tax dollars, right? And a lot of times there's right now not a transparency of how is that being leveraged, right? And I see amazing universities here, so I'll keep it anonymous, but there are famous universities that are known for having an amazing and outsized amount of endowments that also go into a lot of these VC funds, right, that are investing in these tech companies. So the question is, can we actually have good technology and good business? Yes, we can, if we are tackling the right problems to solve. Do we need any more of these door delivery services at home? Or do we actually need better, and like, as we were talking about, tools for our teachers, our educators, for the different types of public leaders and servants, right, that are in service of our community, and these are the dollars that are not being allocated. Venture capital, when we look at the capital stack, it tends to be smaller, but it has an outsized size in returns. So how do we bring back that accountability to probably a lot of the folks that are back here as well, because your university probably has an endowment, your university has an investment strategy. Where are you putting your dollars in as well, right? Those are the same the questions that as a foundations, we're also trying to get more accountability. There's actually a bill right now that's talking about that stuff that I think is really important for us to engage, to learn more about, because I do think that before we get to the problems, right, sometimes we're diagnosing the symptoms, but we got to get to the root of the problem. And I think is how do we actually invest from a U.S. perspective as a country, right? We look at our budget of the U.S., right? Where's most of our dollars going? I used to work in defense, no offense, but you know, just keeping it real of how our dollars are being spread. Could there be other alternatives? Can we actually invest in, for example, that's why I brought up the green tech jobs, right? Like that's impacting our health in every day. That impacts also, there's an opportunity on a global scale for that. And I think that there's just a lot of opportunities now to really rethink our investment strategies from the federal level to the state level to our own local universities and colleges. And I think that opportunities like this help us share that knowledge, so then that way we can do it. I think on the Caper Center side, we have three-pronged strategy towards our equitable tech policy, which is how we're raising awareness on some of these issues, right? How do we go to the moms, the students, the folks who may not be so ingrained in the everyday, to let them know that they have digital rights, that they have an opportunity, that this is their future from an investment perspective as well, but also looking at what's the infrastructure that's missing. And so that's where last year we launched our equitable tech policy. We did over $5 million to 12 different organizations at varying levels of grassroots to high level, who are the ones that do this work day in and day out. The last part is what are we actually driving towards on the policy side? So I invite you all to join, and we'll love to continue that conversation because I think it's a question of the moment. It's the elephant in the room, right? So how do we address it? So thank you for that.
I would just wrap a little bit of that into, at the end of the day, people just care about the bottom line. So whatever has an impact on that is what's going to drive what companies do, governments do, nonprofits do, because they're not going to be able to advance anything if they are not being able to align that to the bottom line. And so regardless, it could be the most socially impact-minded company on the planet, which I thought I was sitting at up until a month ago. And still, if you cannot make it work for the bottom line, you are not going to be able to drive any incentives to be able to do it. And so I think like that piece of it, for us that get caught up, I work with a lot of nonprofits, and a lot of nonprofits think, well, people should fund my cause. And I say to them, well, if you can't kind of walk through the stack of things that you're going to do to get to that cause, you're not going to be able to fundraise because you still have to think about the work that you're doing as a stack, right? Yeah. And to be able to make the case about how that stack that impacts the bottom line is going to be super important to be able to advance much of what you're saying. It goes in all the ways. And to Lily's point, right, it's that influence in the system. What is your individual role, not only the VCs, but what is your individual role, as we're seeing increasingly a lot of the activism focusing on going straight at a company's bottom line. We may or may not be able to do that in some industries, right, especially when they're heavily government funded, but there are opportunities to kind of think strategically about how that drives the needle. And I think, we're seeing it when we see a lot of the policy that is coming out ask folks to be more mindful about environmental sustainability or diversity, equity, and inclusion. Definitely need a lot of more work to create awareness across the system of what that actually should look like. But I think it's there. We just have to figure out how to bridge it.
Mm-hmm. You have at least a couple other questions. Let's take two at a time. Nathan and Fallon.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to the conversation about opportunity and community, the language of collective power, which I think is a really important piece of this. And it's a component of the economy that a lot of the forces that have been described here, like venture capital, have rooted out. Unionization, cooperative ownership, forms of worker self-determination, where things aren't coming just from the C-suite, but from below. And I think of cases like the screenwriters' strike going on now, which is very much about AI, where workers, because they are part of the unionized gig system of Hollywood, have the capacity to be part of the discussion about what AI looks like for the purposes of human flourishing in the entertainment industry. This mirrors historical experiences with highly unionized industrial economies in Scandinavia and Germany with co-determination, where the shape of automation in past experience was co-determined by workers with power. We don't have that here in many, many circumstances. But in the places we do, we see, for instance, I think of my relatives who are line workers on the western slope of Colorado. How are they getting their training and apprenticeship for moving from a fossil fuel-based power system to a solar-based power system? Their union is where they do their apprenticeship. So I just wonder whether you think policy supporting this kind of collective power could ensure that technology serves human flourishing.
And Fallon.
Hello, is that how you do it? Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I have a two-part question. The first question is, I would like to know what your thoughts are about the ruling the Supreme Court gave for affirmative action and how it affects the type of pipeline of inclusivity and diversity we want to build in this new public interest responsible computing space. I think that's something we should talk about, especially for predominantly white institutions. The second question has to do with minority serving institutions, tribal colleges, HBCUs, Hispanic serving institutions, predominantly black institutions. I have to go down the line so that we just don't dump them into one category, because I think they're unique in their own ways. And how do we think about seeing them in the vanguard of this space as a new workforce, like a new space to develop the types of workers that we want? We know that first generation students of color often major in low earning majors, right? And they're all often in the human service based spaces, right? And I often have argued consistently, and thank you, Kay, for funding my research at one point, on how we really should be developing technical skills in these spaces and in these historically marginalized institutions who have always served black and brown students. How do we make sure that they're representative often in these spaces that I find myself often not in the spaces where they should be, and often always thinking about how we sprinkle them in and not seeing them as co-leaders? So first question is about affirmative. You told me to double up on my questions. First is about affirmative action. The second is about minority serving institutions and the role that they should play as harbingers in this space of public interest technology. Thank you.
So you can respond to those two sets of questions.
I love all these questions.
You have lots of options.
Yes, I have a lot of options. I'll go really brief because all right, I'll go really fast.
Go.
Just really fast on what you brought up around especially the tech worker rights. We've seen a lot of these new movements happening, but as Ralph pointed out, a lot of the stuff ends up being on the onus of the individual. And we've seen so many stories, right, of especially some of the whistleblowers. What we're not seeing is the safety that they've had to give up, right, the trade-offs. Where's their next employment coming? So there's a lot of sacrifice coming into what end, right? And so as an example, Fioma Uzoma, she published basically all her learnings with also the other folks who were impacted as a way to serve as a resource for other folks. But I think that we have to build on top of that, and she did, and she actually went on and took that and helped pass legislation at the state level, and I was passing similar legislation at different states. And I think that just shows a way that if you do have a support and you're able to mobilize and bring the timing together, you can, and there's more happening. However, we're putting on all the responsibility on the individual, and that's totally unfair and unjust. And there's also, I think the other part to bring up to that is that we think about the tech workers who are the software engineers, right? But the tech workers that are also contract-based, so they call these the shadow workers. So TechWay Collaborative did a really great study that looks at some of the tech workers who are contract workers, who majorly tend to be people of color, who are working at a lower pay, with less benefits, with less opportunity for promotion, and also less opportunity for upskilling, and to be able to get into the next role. So we have this dual and even different, as I would say, different levels of employment opportunities within some of these tech companies that I think we need to bring more into the forefront, into conversations like this, to take in action. And then lastly, on that part around the collective powers, that we also think about the folks inside those tech companies. But what about the folks who are depending on the foot traffic? For example, in San Francisco, how much businesses have started to close down? What about the folks who are also the folks who are doing facilities, the folks who support, who are the other wraparound services that are impacted? Those are economic issues that we also need to make sure that our mayors, public and private, are able to address it, but not after things have blown up, right? How do we look at those community benefits version, I don't know, 5.0, because I know there's quite a few, but embedding it in that aspect. And I think that there's an example on the Oakland Thrives that we're working on right now that really brings in where the decision making for a lot of these investments has the community that's going to be the most impacted at the front, at the decision table. So I think it's being able to design on that part. And I'll pause, but there's so much on that part, Fallon, that
you can share it with them. Let them
yes,
take.
yes. We'll go back to that one.
So Laura and Robert, maybe you can respond to some of this.
Yeah.
Apprenticeship,
Well,
you mentioned.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot, so.
Yes, please.
Oh, let's see. Gosh.
Apprenticeship is one issue. You were saying this is happening in a different way. Nathan, you're asking whether the policy is supporting apprenticeship through unions. And Robert, you were giving examples of an apprenticeship program that's happening. And then you've done some workforce development.
Yeah.
You were also talking about different ways that the community base way of feeding into these jobs should take advantage of the opportunity to build infrastructure in these communities. And I'm wondering if you see that as maybe being a possible way of addressing this issue.
Well, I don't know. That's a that's a tricky one, because some of the stuff, you know, I think we have one site left that has union representation, and mostly it's in Washington State, and it's not just production workers but also professional staff. And what we try to, you know, implement everywhere else is that everybody does have a say in what happens. You know, we have the people on the floor working the processes, provide input on how to make that better and what's the ways we ought to do things different. And there's a lot of back and forth between trying to improve things, which helps improve their job and other types of things. So from a perspective of that direction on that approach, inside the enterprise we try to do things, but you know, that just lives within the enterprise. Our outreach in the communities, we have a lot of outreach in the communities, but in some of the communities it's the things like I talked about before, the learn and earn programs we do with the community colleges to bring people in that have the skills to do the jobs, and some other apprenticeship things that we do. One thing I will say is, because I'm located in Blacksburg, and so another question, our sort of a sister institute to us that we work with, that I help support, is North Carolina A&T, because that's one of our HBCUs. And so those guys, you know, it's very impressive, as I've gone down there a couple times to help out with a few things, the facilities and the equipment they have to be able to do things in a smaller university. The students that I've talked with and have done things, they're very articulate, and they know what they're doing, and they're able to describe what they're doing. And they work in these collaborative teams, which I think sometimes that's a challenge, maybe not sometimes, but maybe a lot of times that's a challenge for larger universities, sort of like Virginia Tech, where you have so many folks that are part of a certain discipline area, and the way the whole thing's structured is that whole discipline does everything together through 4 years of education. There is not many opportunities to intersect and cross boundaries and do different things other than through some other constructs we try to build, which is part of the thing that Sylvester and I are doing with the class now, which is more representative of the real world. So, I mean, there are things, and people are recognizing those things. But again, you know, the scale of hiring is different, and it's one of those things you have to get, you know, once folks come in. I don't know if maybe my background, or I'm just in this mindset, you know, one of the things we're really trying to do is give the information to the individuals so that they can go execute. Because in the beginning of all these things, somebody deciding they're going to take the step forward and do something. They may bring a lot of other people along with them, and there's other people that have to come and be part of that solution approach. But individually, somebody has to believe they can do that. And that's one of the things we're really trying to motivate, is to provide people, no, be aware of what it is, and you can do it. Doesn't matter what your background is, where you're from, how much education you got, what is the thing you're interested in addressing, and is that something appropriate? Because you got to think all the way through it and be able to communicate to people why it's of value to them, and then they'll jump on board with you. And so that's a big thing we're trying to do too. So now, and I also will say, the executive council at Boeing is behind the stuff that I'm doing. So the C-suite is bought in on this stuff, and we're trying to make it something that we will also bring inside Boeing. Because we certainly, it is true, we certainly have lots of folks that look at something purely from a technology perspective, and they're not looking at the whole picture. And the same thing happens with government customers that come to us. They're just thinking about this technology solution. Well, what you're really trying to do is something else. And when those things collide and you start to have something you develop, and then you get to a point where, oh wow, we really can't do what we thought we were going to do unless we throw a lot more money at it, you know, we know how those things roll. So being smarter about choices and have people have a bigger perspective. These things we're doing inside the university, we want to bring inside to the enterprise and get people to think better about things, to be able to achieve these goals, and to maybe have more money to go around and do other things.
I think your question is tricky, not to sugarcoat it, because
it's wicked.
It's definitely, right, like there are different sizes of technology companies, right? And so it's not always easy to engage in unionization and some of the things that you're talking about. I would be curious to see what happens with a lot of the federal dollars that are flowing right now, because they are being backed by very big incentives for organizations and public-private partnerships that are engaging with them to be unionized. So I will be curious to see what all of that looks like, because that could be an indication of what that kind of model being leveraged could look like longer term. And simultaneously, it causes challenges to smaller technology companies that are in growth stage, and those are also things that we have to think about when thinking about whether an organization does or does not engage in those activities. For a little bit of the question on this side, I just wanted to say in terms of, I actually represented Hispanic serving institutions in my past life. I was the head of government relations for HACU, which is the association that represents HSIs. And just broadly for MSIs, if you want more diversity in your programs, then your natural partners should be minority serving institutions. And in fact, my recommendation for anybody that is looking at creating pathways is to start in community organizations and your anchor institutions in your community. And many of the communities, they will look like MSIs, and that's going to reflect obviously what your community looks like. So I think regardless of the type of program that you're trying to institute, whether it's an apprenticeship, paid internships, et cetera, your first place to go and recruit should be your local institution in that way. So that's, yeah.
So we're getting close to 5 o'clock. We're going to have some more comments and questions from our audience. So let's have 2 or 3 of those so we can hear those and the panelists can then weigh in. We're going to have remarks by Andreen Soley after this panel before we close out. I think, Lily, you wanted to respond to something. Robert,
yeah, I think it is the elephant in the room of giving the news, right, that's taking place. And I also, similar to Fallon, I don't get to be in the space with so many different universities together, right? And actually, I would actually pose a question back to you all, and maybe that could be part of the conversation that we bring up as we close, because what does this really mean now, right? What does this mean for a lot of the progress that's been done, for a lot of the work of the generations before us? Where do we go from here, and what can we do in a way that is tactical and quick, but also to make sure that we're also looking at what is the implications in the longer term? When I think about some of the federal dollars that are supposed to be going to HBCUs, MSIs, what's going to happen now with the CHIPS Act as an example, right? Where a lot of the universities that are very well endowed, who have amazing R&D and research centers, are working on AI and all this stuff, but are we going to have a widened discrepancy and inequities with our HBCUs and MSIs if they're not able to receive that money or be prepared? So I think that what is the longer term strategy to make sure that we are protecting, and we have to fight back, right? Like, we cannot roll back a lot of the progresses, because when we think about, as I started in the conversation, the systemic inequities, when we think about the redlining histories that a lot of our communities are still grappling with. This is why we don't have affordable internet access in a lot of different places, unfortunately. What are those implications now when we think about the world of post-secondary? And I think about, is this going to be an opportunity for some of the topics that we talked about, where we have to really rethink the new ways of being able to educate, but also be able to get those jobs. So is the workforce now going to be under more opportunity, but also more challenges? So a lot of different questions, not a direct answer, but I do think that I would like to hear from you all as well, and hear what your concerns are.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Kwok.
I want to address a question that we have not discussed yet. The title is Global Workforce in the Age of Automation. I want to underline global by asking 3 dimensions of the same question. 1, global mobility of labor. I just checked. MIT, out of the student body, has 1/3 international students. Some of them got the training and they are going to stay in the United States. And so the boss will say, why not hire them? And develop all this apprenticeship, too expensive. Hire someone who is internationally trained, okay? And then the second one is, what is the future of the outsourcing of jobs in the age of automation? The service centers will be located in India or in other places. So in the age of automation, what will be the future projection? Third, how United States is preparing for this global force in the age of automation compared to what EU is doing, what China is doing, what India is doing. So I think that we need to look at this from a much more global dimension. So I wonder if anyone can comment on that globalized dimension. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. And maybe have 1 or 2 other comments or questions. Go ahead.
Quick question, I hope. Apologies for taking up more time or space. You mentioned bias in technology. I was remiss in not mentioning that after this abysmal migration policy at the U.S. southern borders over the last several years, the Biden administration rolled out what's called the CBP One app, where asylum seekers, migrants can use an app to have access to the U.S. asylum system. It doesn't work for Black faces. I would like to ask the technologists in this room, how can you be intentional, if not even sometimes uninvitedly helpful in these processes?
Thank you. And maybe 1 more question or comment if there is one. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for this panel. Maybe I'm mistaken, and if I'm not, please correct me, but it feels a little bit like the conversation around reskilling is among those who are going to attend post-secondary education. But a lot of jobs that are maybe lost to automation are happening among those who are not going to go that route and are sometimes finding these positions through private technical schools, which have in some cases been proven to have a very low graduation rate and preparation for many into positions that would be, doing technical and technology-based jobs broadly defined, everything from working in a hospital with fixing machines to actually coding. Could you be able to address how that population is being considered in this conversation?
All right, so thanks for those. So we have the global element of this, which is very important. We have the concern about how to be deliberate in changing the bias in these digital products. And we have the question here that is really asking to get at some of these complexities. So
I'd like to take the last one first and then maybe share the space. So one of the ways that we've been doing that in the company I used to be at was not even thinking about the folks that are in the traditional paths into the workforce, right? So in community colleges or colleges, but looking at those folks that either need to be brought back in because they were across different sectors, or they were veterans, or their moms who want to come back into the workforce, and then partnering up with community organizations that serve those folks. So it's going to be challenging if your only strategy is what we talked about before, which is obviously partnering with your local anchor university, community college. You also need to think about the ecosystem of organizations that are supporting vulnerable populations. So whether it's your local veterans organization or an organization that is working with moms who have been victims of domestic violence or reentry populations, and then through them, you have to do a lot of work to be able to educate folks and create curiosity for them to even want to come into technology, and then create the right supportive ramps for them to come in. And that can look like pre-apprenticeship programs. There's a lot of, there's a whole ecosystem of
coding camps and other nonprofit organizations and companies that are hosting increasingly more of those programs. And then what is really, really important and key is going to be wraparound services. So not only that folks are getting paid, that they're getting benefits, that they're being supported holistically, but then that they have access to different resources in their communities. So we need to lean a little bit more in some of those models when we're talking about reskilling, because you're looking at bringing folks that may be completely outside of the technology economy, that you're going to have to go back to the basics to upskill into those roles. That, to me, when I'm talking about upskilling and reskilling, that's whom I am talking about.
I think I would just add to that the aspect of thinking of the folks who are already in these tech companies, and not just tech companies, but any company, because we're all tech at this point, so we have to get that, whether folks are used to it or not, but we are leveraging some level of technology, right? And I think my concern that is coming in is that the folks who are within these corporations are the ones that there's a lot of dollars being invested to reskill their own folks who are already there. And if we look at specifically at some of the tech companies with the layoffs, some of the data that's coming out of how much people of color have been basically regressed in the representation across all the roles, what kind of companies do we have currently? And if those representations at all levels are the opportunities for upskilling into these rapidly changing technologies are going to be kept within those companies? Is it getting harder to get in? A lot of the talent that we have coming from different paths are facing a lot of these biases that we just talked about of just even being able to enter, but also the upskilling that I mentioned. If you're a contract worker and you're not necessarily a full-time employee, that gets us into some of the unionization conversations that we touched upon, right? Which is, to me, my concern is is there a bigger moat being created of the folks who are getting the higher wages, right? Tech jobs compared to regular jobs are about 125% more. So I think about my mom when she was working in a medical clinic where she got displaced because they introduced a whole new software that did everything that she did manually within 3 months. She didn't have the right support for her to be able to upskill herself. It was a small business, right? So she left frustrated, and that I think that left her without an opportunity to get her next opportunity, right? Fortunately, I'm here, so I can take care of my mama. But the safety nets are there, right? And for the folks who may have kids or have other responsibilities, I think that these are important questions that we need to be asking, and also looking at where the dollars are going. Internally, in some of these companies, what sectors, what roles, the discrepancy of seniority pay as well. And just really quickly on the algorithmic bias, right? So it's like the top conversation that happening not just in the US, but globally because of the implications. On the Caper Center side, what we've focused on is really providing the resources for the organizations that are the experts at this. So we're supporting organizations like Algorithmic Justice League, the DAR that's led by Dr. Gabriel. We're supporting organizations like the UCLA Race and Digital Rights led by Dr. Sophia Noble, specifically because we know that there's, as we've seen from some of the headlines, some of the erasure of the Black women leaders is very obvious in who we're seeing being able to partake in those rooms. So I think that there's a huge opportunity to make sure that we are also uplifting those voices that are working directly at the most impacted, but also has that global lens that you mentioned, because a lot of the regulation and movement's not going to necessarily come from the US as we've been seeing. There's a lot more pressure coming in from the EU, but as we saw some of their presentations earlier, what is the role of having a global human rights aspect coming, and the role of some of that into this space? So I do think that there's so much happening, but I would encourage I recommend those specific organizations for the folks who want to learn a little bit more of what's currently, at least in the US, but also in the globally. I don't know if that answered the other questions, but I'll hand it back.
One thing we're, part of the class we're doing, it's awareness. We're really trying to get people to think about who is going to be the user of whatever this is, and how does that change or impact what you need to provide. Because a lot of people are, trying to address something and addressing it from a certain perspective, and they're just creating something that does something and not really thinking about that. And then that comes along as it gets used and implemented, and all of a sudden, oh, didn't really realize, well, but I've already done my part, that's somebody else's to solve, We're trying to bring that to the beginning of the conversation in a lot of the stuff that we're working with the students. And that's when we bring that inside the enterprise, we're trying to get the people in the enterprise to think that way too, with things that we were having to deal with aircrafts and all other kind of things. On the international, the global question, we see that, there's places where there's not enough students or people to fill the jobs. And there's international students that are out there. Why can't they fill some of those jobs? So we are actively doing an activity now for things that are in the commercial sector of our business to be able to leverage that. A lot of times we'll need to sponsor a visa. And the programs are a little bit afraid, but at the corporate level, we'll do it. On our defense business, it's a much bigger problem. We can't end up doing that for ITAR and all these other reasons. And so we are currently in the state of doing more work in India, doing more work overseas in different locations. But now we're running into some of these same kind of problems. How do we share this information, that goes, because then the government gets a little bit involved and it's determined, well, I don't know, we were kind of loose in this, the way we described this, but we think it's ITAR, so you can't share that with them. Now, wait a minute, these are our workforce that understand all these things. So there's some, I don't know if that falls into a policy decision or something. There's some things like that that create some issues. But we're trying to be able to use sites all over the globe to be able to energize those sites and be able to be more productive. It's a hard thing to do, And so the best we can do is sort of set some folks there. But a lot of the students that come to the U.S. that are from international, they don't want to go back. They want to stay here. And initially, a lot of our leadership was like, well, we got jobs over there. They'll be great. They'll love it. And they're like, no, we don't want to go back. We want to work in the U.S. And so we're trying to find ways to serve that community better and use that talent. Because really, when it gets down to the bottom line, our perspective is, it is the talent. Doesn't matter, where you came from, but it is the talent. However, in those processes of how you bring people in, people put certain quotas around things and other stuff that do create some constraints. And it's just trying to overcome all that and get the right people in. Because in the end, what happens, we hire students out of universities and graduates, and they come in for a few years. If they're not the right mix, they don't really like the job, they leave. Somebody else comes in that actually got to work somewhere else, be able to get in and say, oh, we worked in a technology area. Now they can come in and take one of these technology jobs. It's just strange how some of those things work. It's being able to get that first foot in the door a lot of times, and how that helps you leverage yourself to be able to get into other positions.
If I could adjust up in two parts. I think one of the...
Before you do that, I just want to prep our audience. So we're going to, we're at 5, and so we're going to transition into our remarks, and then Andreen Soley is going to give some remarks before we go. And then we will have a reception for everyone right across the street at the Westin Arlington Gateway Hotel. In the commentary, that's the hotel's restaurant. So please join us over there for a reception. I'm going to ask Lily and Laura if each of you could maybe take a minute to leave us with your thoughts reflecting on the questions that have been raised or comments that have been made. And then we'll have some remarks from Andreen.
We'll do a 60-second bit. All right. All right, the talent is there because we are seeing, I think one of the challenges that we have is how do we work together with the employers to really help find the talent and be able to look at new ways of recruiting. And I have somebody who's worked in that side, I believe me, they're like, oh, here are the 10 schools we recruit from and nothing else. Of course you're gonna have a diversity problem because you're looking at the schools where the numbers are already are super low, and so why don't you augment the way you're looking at how you're recruiting the talent? But then also when folks are within the corporate structure or sometimes in the roles, there's unjustness, right? Like the pay inequities, the who's getting, as I mentioned earlier, some of the promotions, some of the biases that they have, but also the straight up discrimination that they're facing inside those roles. I think it's important to make sure that we acknowledge of why some folks leave and why some folks stay. That is, the data shows, as we have a report on that as well, that shows why folks are leaving. But I bring that all to say as a closing thought, because I have like literally 10 seconds. We really are at a moment in history right now, especially today, right? We've learned so much, we have seen the data. What is it that we want to commit leaving, doing in action? And how can we leverage, we each, as you mentioned earlier, have a play in the ecosystem? What is our role in this ecosystem? So I really encourage you all to think about that, and however we can be a resource as well, happy to be in service of that.
And Laura?
To me, the whole conversation has been about global competitiveness and bringing that back into American communities. So really going to the local level, looking at the talent that is there, how do we engage them, how do we export that talent? First, we have to make sure that they're building for their communities and then scaling that up. So I think one of the pieces that I would like everybody to leave with is, great, we had an entire day of conversation around what is happening in very large tech companies that made it, but what's happening in our communities across the country, and how are we going to make sure that we're leveraging all of the efforts in this room and beyond to support folks in those communities growing into technology and being able to put those skills into developing technology that is less biased, more responsive, scalable, and exportable globally.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And thank all of you for being with us again. We will have a reception in the West.
We need more.
In the restaurant right across the street. And we hope that you will join us for that. We're going to now turn to our closing remarks from Andreen Soley, who is the director of the Public Interest Technology University Network that New America is supporting.
I know. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I know it's at the end of the day. I need to infuse this with a little bit of energy, I'm sure. And there have been so many wonderful people already who've spoken and have been really thoughtful and articulate about all of the major challenges ahead of us. And frankly, it's been a really tricky day as well for us because, of course, we've been thinking about the affirmative action ruling and what does this all mean for all of the work that you all are trying to do. But I also want to start off by just sort of acknowledging how wonderful it has been to be together today, but also how it's been wonderful to be a part of a theological conversation and a religious studies conversation from the start of the week. And that's new because in many ways I've been hearing about ethics all the time, but we've never actually invited, I think, experts at thinking about these issues, which I think are you all. And so I just kind of want to start off there by saying that I really believe there is a part to play for all of you right now in the room, and I think Sylvester has kind of affirmed it by demonstrating in some ways what we've been trying to do at the University Network at New America, which is to say that this is an invitation to really think about and invite the people who understand what it means to be human to actually be at the center of the conversations around future humans and human futures, right? This is the theme of the conference for the whole week, the theme of today in some ways. And so I feel as if in this current moment, when many of our social and civil rights that we thought were won are being progressively rolled back, I see this as an invitation to humanities folks, which now includes your historians, right? What can we learn about the great religious traditions? What have they told us about who we are as humans? What can philosophical folks invite us to think about when we think about humans in technology, which in many ways is usually just, let's insert a human in certain moments in time in the technology development process, not an actual invitation to think about why do we build technologies in the first place? What are the reasons for our existence in the first place? And I think Philip raised this question earlier. I'm gonna name check Philip. But Philip said, in many ways we are designing technology for folks who are in the minority, early adopters. We are actually not developing technology for the majority of the people that need to use it and need to incorporate it in their lives. And so that's been sort of my charge, I think, at the University Network, is to think about how do we create new technologists who can imagine designing and developing technological tools that are about the majority of people. Not the early adopters, not the folks who know exactly how they're going to use it, but in many ways the people that Peter Bloom talked about in the conversations that he had this week about working with indigenous communities and using low tech to do some of the work that people need to do. And I'm really thinking about what Amali has been saying about how are we using sophisticated technologies to advance assault on human rights, right? I think this has been the foreground of the conversation that we've been having all week has been, what is the role of the humanists? I think we are hearing it today. I hope that was the answer for many of you all today, is that there is a role for you. And to, I'm looking at Fallon because Fallon has been very much a part of in my ear many times and saying, you have to really think about the HBCUs, you have to think about MSIs, you have to think about the work that they're doing. And I just want to point out an example of a thing I would love to see happen more. Because as a university network, 64 universities, we've got about 20 MSIs and we've got about 8 or so HBCUs. And I will tell you, the requests that are made of the HBCUs are very different than the requests that are made of the PWIs. And the HBCUs are asked to take a pre-designed curriculum. I'm bringing this wonderful special curriculum to you. I would like you to use it and bring it to your students. The PWIs, which are predominantly white institutions, are invited to co-design with. And so if we think about what we've been talking about today about lived experiences, I think my charge, as I have some attention today, is please think about our HBCUs and our MSIs as co-designers of curriculum. Please think about them as having things to say and having really valuable things to contribute to the conversation around the future of technology and actually building majority-focused technology that are actually going to serve people. So I just also want to say a little bit of thank you to Virginia Tech and the Henry Luce Foundation and Sylvester and Rishi for really the whole week, but also particularly for this day, because in many ways this is a bit of a win for us that we have a thing called a public interest tech space and that you all are part of that space. That was not something that existed quite easily when I started this work at New America in 2018. So I do think of this as a win, but it's also an invitation to think about your role in higher ed and in academia in response to the ruling that came down today, and how are we going to nurture our students as co-creators of the technologies of the future. And I just, that's not what I prepared, obviously, but I've just been really struck by it. And I want to just say, Shannon, I really appreciated what you talked about this morning in terms of learning from the principles and structures of international human rights. I'm going to just say that I'm going to admit something right now. PIT UN, which is a name that I created, I really was intentional in saying PIT UN because there was a part of me that was hoping for a sort of global, collaborative conversation across educational institutions, the way that I hope that we would do with our nation states, right? But can universities imagine how they can work together collaboratively to create a new educational environment? Because in some ways we're responding to something that Sylvester said earlier this week, which I'm gonna just find it, and Sylvester said that we have to help our students fuse their love of technology with their love for justice. They have it, and they're looking for you all to help guide that conversation. So that is our charge. And I'm excited by that charge in some ways, right? Because it's galvanizing, and we know what we have to do, because in many ways, to Shannon's point, we have a legacy, we have histories, we have copyright to talk about what's going on with the WGA. I know this only because I'm from Los Angeles. I know lots of actors and writers, and there are historical traditions that we can build upon. We don't have to start from scratch. Yes, something might not be perfect, but we have some traditions and we have some principles that we can lean on in order to shape this human future that Sylvester is inviting us to think about. And finally, just a thank you to my team at New America, Kip Dooley, who helped to people this panel, you all. I know he called you. And also Cheadle Deer, who's not here today, but she was our MSI and Equity Fellow who helped us really bring in a lot of wonderful people from the human rights space, and that has been her work as well. So thank you all so much for your attention today. This has been such a wonderful and an enlivening conversation. And over to you, Sylvester, for the close.
Thanks so much. So without further delay, I want to express gratitude to all of you for being here, and just a reminder, those who are here for the week, the Future Human Futures folks who here, you're going to meet in the lobby of the Westin at 6:15 to go with Chin to have dinner. But in the meantime, all of you, please join us over there for a reception in the commentary. That's that restaurant in the Westin. Thank you again, and we are so grateful to all of you. Thank you, Shannon, for this amazing keynote. Thank you, Jennifer Polka, for being with us today and inaugurating what we hope will be a tradition that we look back on years from now and look to you as the first person who helped to establish this prize in Tech for Humanity. Thank all of you. Thank you.